order the August 2023 meeting of the Bexley Board of Zoning and Planning. Excuse me. Kathy, will you call the roll of the members present tonight, please?
Here. Here. Here.
I'm present also, obviously. All right. Did we have minutes from the prior meeting circulated? Because I think we had minutes from the prior two meetings, did we not? Did they get circulated? I can't remember when I read them. I read so many things a day. I can't.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think we approved them. I think we're caught up except for last month.
Okay. Oh, because I wasn't.
You were gone.
I was gone. That's right. Does anybody have any comments or deletions or additions to the minutes of the July meeting? I don't think there were too many cases on the docket that night. All right. I don't hear any. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes of the July meeting?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye. All opposed? The minutes of the prior meeting are approved unanimously. We have an opportunity by statute to provide the public with the ability to comment on the general business of the Board of Zoning and Planning. This doesn't involve making any comments about any cases, but it could be commentary regarding the operation of the board or the way it conducts business. Does anybody here wish to make a public comment regarding the Board of Zoning and Planning? I see no indication of such. We have a couple of cases. I've been told that more people are here for one particular case, and that would be case number 4, the application number BZAP 23-23 involving 2200 East Main Street. Could you give us an idea of how many of the folks here are here to speak pro or con that particular application? Okay. What I'm worried about is there are several cases afterwards, and regrettably, we docket these cases in the order in which they are received. And so we don't like to really deviate too much from that. But what I would suggest is if you are here on cases involving 2753 Dale, 261 North Drexel, or 1011 South Remington, you know, if you want to go home and feed the dog and come back in about an hour, that might save you a little time, because I think it'll be a little bit longer than an hour before your case could possibly be heard. So I guess you're forewarned. And that's about the best I can do. So, all right. Is there any old business before the board? New business. The first case before the board this evening is case BZAP-23-16 involving 2529 East Broad Street. The applicant is Melissa Rodier, and she's also the owner of the property. And the applicant is seeking approval of a special permit to allow a 42-inch high ornamental fence in the front yard, which borders Broad Street. Yes, ma'am. Okay. All right. That's very good. So the next case, ma'am, if you don't mind, I'm going to take about a 2-minute recess there from your case and call application number BZAP-23-18 involving 2524 Bexley Park. And the applicant is Ryan Brothers Landscaping, and the owners are David Kaplansky and Monique Kadamian. The request is, the applicant is seeking approval of a special permit to allow a 6-foot high fence along the side property line along Cassingham. And we have several issues, which are, we have an across the street neighbor, an abutting backyard neighbor, and a lawyer who represents one of the owners among the 5 members of the board tonight, so it'll be very, very difficult to get a quorum. And I don't think there's any crucial timing involved. So I would ask the applicant's representative whether it would be acceptable to the applicants to table this matter.
Yes, Chairman.
All right. Do we have a motion to table this matter 23-18?
I make a motion, Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The matter is tabled. I appreciate it. And sorry you had to come down here for this, but
No problem at all. Thank you.
might be the best thing ever happened to you. All right, back to your case. I'm sorry to interrupt it there, but if you'd please come forward and if you'd state your name.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Is it on? Is it green?
Um,
Yes, it's green.
I think, can you hear me? Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Your
Hi,
name is what?
Melissa Rodier.
Okay, Melissa, would you raise your right hand to be
My
sworn?
right hand, yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give to the board this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Hold on for 1 second. Kathy, can you give us a staff report on this matter, please?
In my staff report. I wanted to point out the criteria required for a better landscape fence in the front yard over 24 inches in height. It can be allowed with a special permit from the board. If considered the following criteria. Proposed decorative landscape wall is compatible with the other properties in the neighborhood. The height of the fence. The wall sign exceeds heights permitted above and measured from average grade. Back, this one does. Both columns may extend up to 6 inches. A landscape plan shall be followed with the application. Of such fencing or wall shall be greater than the existing property. Installation of such fence or wall not create visibility for safety concerns. The fence and a wall shall have a minimum of 50% transparency and allow it to exhibit unique characteristics that support the increase in the fence height.
Okay.
Size.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that.
Southwest of Broad Street, Cassidy Avenue. The front yard appears to be on Cassidy side of the property, however, it is flatted to Broad Street, making Broad Street the true front yard. A fence permit was submitted for the request to locate the fence on the property line along Broad Street and Cassidy Avenue, side of the property. The owner recently moved in and wanted to provide some type of barrier along the 2 busy streets. There are other properties with existing fences along Broad Street, some having landscape at the property line, and overhanging into the right. I reached out to our city landscape consultant who has concerns about the adequate planting space maintained outside of the fence, so planting does not encroach into the city. I find that an existing landscaping island and the property would be more appealing if left outside the fence. Over the past couple of months, I've also had an opportunity to meet with newly formed front yard committee in the city to establish standards for the type of structures and plantings that residents have shown an interest in having in order to decide what should be allowed and further ensure that these items are appropriately installed to soften their interface with the neighborhood. My landscape installations over the years appear to wall off the outside as opposed to enhance the streetscape. It was a consensus of the committee that if a front yard fence is allowed, it should be set back 10 feet from the front property. There's currently a fence in the area in the rear yard of this lot that's a little over 1,000 square feet in the area. If the board finds it appropriate to grant a special permit, I would suggest that a 10-foot setback from the Broad Street property line be considered. Any landscape required to be further subject to review. I can say that it's
All right. Ms. Rodier, what do you tell us a little bit about what you want to do and why you want to do it in the locations that you wish?
Yeah, so well, a little bit about like my family. I live in Bexley with my husband and I have 2 boys, ages 4 and almost 2. And we recently purchased this home about 3 months ago. And we are proposing a fence and 42 inches height ornamental fence to go around the property. And the reason we're proposing this is safety concerns. We want to be able to enjoy the property and our kids to be able to play outside. We don't really have a big backyard. All we have is that, and there are 2 busy streets. So we want to be able to do something nice. We don't want to do something that it doesn't look nice. We love the house and the appeal and of the house. So we pretty much want to do something nice. We think that an aluminum ornamental fence will do that. So it is true that, well, I have to say those safety concerns that we had when we purchased the house was really our kids running towards the car. But our safety concerns have been exacerbated after the accident that happened on the 4th of July that some of you know. There was a car coming from Cassidy, crossing Broad that crashed against the car, hit the curb and flew into our property. It crashed against the kitchen of our home. It destroyed the kitchen. My husband was inside, because I'm shaking. My husband was inside. He doesn't have a recollection, but he was moved from one point where he was washing the dishes further back. The only reason that literally my husband didn't die was because the car got stuck in between one big tree that we have there and the stone, and that prevented anything further to happen to the person that was driving that van and my husband. So we have kids, playing there, and when we bought the house, we never entertained that as a possibility.
Yeah.
What you think is your kids are going to run right towards the car. So now we have that kind of issue in the back of our heads, and we're dealing with the aftermath of this accident, right? We still have the kitchen is destroyed. We have 2 claims against the insurance. We only closed that hole. And a fence there will give us less anxiety than we have right now, and would afford us some protection.
Okay.
It is true that we bought the house with constructive notice that there was 2 busy streets there, right?
Sure.
But it's also true that when we bought the house, we observed the neighboring houses, all of which have fences like the ones, or most of them, I have to say, have fences like the ones we are proposing, and have like arborvitae and tall trees like the ones that we're proposing. In fact, those conditions already exist on the north side of the intersection. The 2 houses across, they already have these tall, huge trees. The house next to us has a big hedge. The house following that house, which is in the corner, in the corner of Broad and Bully, house number 2523, have the exact same fence we want to build. And in fact, we took inspiration from that house, from that fence and that landscape to replicate on our corner. And we contacted the same contractors through the fencing, which they will be doing the work and replicating the same conditions. Like I said, we don't want to do anything new or anything, that has not been done before. I think there are really genuine safety concerns there, and we would like to be able to enjoy the property.
Sure. Did you hear the recommendation of the staff that there'd be a 10-foot setback from the, I assume from the
Broad Street.
Broad Street itself, or from the sidewalk,
So
from Broad Street?
Property line.
Oh, from the property line.
So
Okay.
I don't know if 10 feet we could do, because there is a big tree. And I think the 10 feet will be in the middle of the tree.
Okay.
So there's the bed. And then in the middle of that bed, if you go to that direction to Broad, that's that tree there. So we could do in front of the tree.
Is that the tree you're talking about right there?
No, that was not the tree that saved us. The tree that saved us was the other side, the side of Cassidy.
Okay.
The side of Cassidy is the tree. And so we could do in front of the tree.
Mm-hmm. And would you be willing to do in front of the tree?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anybody in the audience? Now, I should warn everybody that there are some time limitations about all this. The time limitations that are in the rules that we try to follow is 10 minutes for the person presenting the case, 3 minutes for all opponents, 3 minutes for all supporters, and then another 5 minutes for the supporter, for the applicant to make a rebuttal or to present any responses to the issues that are raised. So we also have, then the board can ask questions and of course, there's no time limit on the board. We made the rules, so you know how that goes. But in this case, is there anybody that is here to speak pro or con this application? If so, there's so many people here. If you're out there in the hallway, just wave your hands and I'll see it, but I don't see any indication. Members of the board, do you have questions or comments?
Yeah, I just
Please.
have a quick question. Kathy, do you know exactly where the right of way line is? Because I know the right of way line on Cassidy is the west curb of Cassidy, the right of way line is actually about 10 feet. It's because it's actually on the other side of the sidewalks.
The Cassidy side of this property where the fence is proposed is not an issue. It's only what's north of the house, between the house and.
Yeah, but I'm asking, that's what I'm asking the broad,
I'm thinking it's.
because I don't want to say
5 or
10,
6 feet.
I
It
don't want to say
varies.
10 feet back from the setback, and then all of a sudden the setback's 10 feet already from the sidewalks. Now all of a sudden.
No,
20
our
feet
property
off the
line
sidewalk.
goes all the way to the sidewalk.
It goes at the property lines at the sidewalk.
I will essentially will giving up that part of my property to the city.
Okay.
You're not giving it up to the city because you
Well-
still have to mow the lawn there, right?
Oh, yeah. That's true.
I'm not trying to protect the city necessarily,
no,
but I
I-
just want to make sure that what you're saying is precise.
Very rare that a property line is at a sidewalk. Most
Mm.
people assume that it is, but it is not. And it varies from street to street. Along the Cassidy side, it could be around 5 feet. I'm not sure, but I could certainly look that up before the fence is installed.
Yeah, because
Make sure they've got that.
I live like 7 houses down, and the city put a tree probably. Well, I know it's 4 mower widths inside of the sidewalk, and that's considered city property. So I just want to make sure you're not putting it on the city property is
No.
the issue.
And
So
we'll make sure of that.
Yeah.
But the Broad Street side, I believe that's only like a 2-foot setback off of the sidewalk.
Okay.
And that's a little more concerning. Because then all that planting would be overhanging the sidewalks.
So in the pictures that you have, the pink
Flags.
flags, are they put in at the same distance as the drawing? Is that what?
Yeah,
this
so
drawing? Are the
they,
pink
they, ma-
flags where the pink is?
they mark the property line. So we have,
Okay.
so those, that's the property line,
Okay,
the pink flags.
okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
All right, any,
That's actually showing 6 feet from the sidewalk along the Cassidy side of the property.
yeah, which is what Mr. Turner was saying, right? Are there any comments from members of the board about the city staff's recommendation or the response of the applicant of Ms. Rodier about putting the fence in a spot that's just in front of the tree? Obviously, I don't think anybody wants them to cut the big tree down.
Oh.
That doesn't make any sense. So any thoughts about that? If
I'd be fine with just putting it in as close to the tree or that makes sense that's out there. I just want to make a comment that it's very unfortunate that you had the car hit your house and everything,
Yeah.
but a fence is not going to stop a car going at a decent rate of speed, going into your front yard and possibly hitting your house again. So I know it's another barrier.
Yeah,
And depending on how it's hit, it could certainly slow
Yeah.
the vehicle down. But an aluminum fence that has probably a foot of concrete holding it in the ground is not going to be.
yeah. So what we think is, and so we think it would prevent my kids from running to the cars. It would be an extra barrier. And, you never know. I mean, I hope this never happens again, but you never know. From our experience, the reason that my husband really we are all fine, it's because that tree stopped the car.
uh-huh.
So,
Well, you're lucky, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. All right.
I have one quick.
Oh,
one.
please.
I know there's a house because I walk by it every day on Roosevelt and Broad
mhm.
that has what I'm imagining to be a similar situation where it's like the front yard situated. And I'm wondering if that's the same type of landscape and fence we're talking about.
I don't have a landscape plan, but the fence is probably very similar. And in that situation, that property has literally no backyard because the parking is exiting into the,
The fence is
Better
exactly the same that we're proposing, and there is some landscaping, and I thought I attached landscaping plan, so it's here.
okay.
So there is some landscaping there, and the landscaping that we're proposing is the landscaping like the house on Bullitt and Broad has, or the house on Stanberry and Broad has, house number 17. Because I think those fences and the landscape, it's beautiful, and I would like my house to look beautiful too, right? So we're trying to replicate fences and landscaping that will look nice.
Appropriate and nice, yeah.
So is that a factor we take into consideration, whether they have a backyard or a small backyard? I mean, is that what we,
It's something to consider. It's a case by case basis.
okay, yeah, no, I understand.
But we do have a front yard study group that's in process. Trying to determine some kind of an ordinance for this, for front yard for fences on corner lots. And that's one of the factors we're considering is whether they have a usable backyard or not.
Plus the fact that these type of fences are required to have 50% capacity, that it doesn't have to be heavily landscaped because you're not trying to screen a wall in this case.
Sure. I was just curious. Thank you.
All right. Are there any more questions or comments from members of the board? If not, could we have findings of fact, conclusions of law?
The findings of fact and decision of the board for application number BZAP 23-16 for property located at 2529 East Broad Street. Upon consideration of the application, proposed variance and evidence and testimony before it, the board finds the applicant has proven that the criteria to grant an area variance in Bexley Code section 1226.11C have been met, and a special permit in accordance with Bexley Code section 1264.02C to allow a front yard fence shall be granted with the following condition. One, that the fence be set back 8 to 10 feet, working around the existing tree and city staff. And two, that a landscape plan be reviewed by the landscape consultant.
All right. I was going to suggest both those things. So you beat me to the punch. Are you okay with that rendition of the findings?
Yeah, I just need to understand. So how do I proceed with the landscaping review that you're talking about?
We've got a consultant and I'll make sure that she looks at this and she'll reach out to you for questions.
She'll call
Okay.
you.
Okay.
All right. It has to pass first before you get to the landscape consultant. But do I hear a motion to approve the findings of fact and conclusions of law?
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Kathy, please call the roll.
Hall and Turner. Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Schick,
Yes.
and Chairman Behal.
My vote doesn't matter but I vote yes as well. Your special permit is granted. Good luck with your progress, and I'm glad everything ended up okay with your.
Thank you so
accident.
much. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, the second case has been tabled, so we're to the third case, case BZAP 23-22 involving 199 South Ardmore. The applicant is and the owner is Mitch Freeze. The request is that the owner is seeking a special permit for functional dormer in a new attached garage. Sir, are you the one and only Mitch Freeze?
I am the one and
Uh,
only.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this evening to the board will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Kathy, are you ready to give us a staff report on this case, please?
I am.
Thank you.
Bexley Code section 1252.15, accessory uses and structures, limit the accessory structures to 624 square feet for lots that are 6,000 to 999 square feet. The property in question is 7,500 square feet and has an existing 360 square foot, which is 20 by 18 garage. Code allows 624. The owner would like to replace the garage with a slightly larger garage, 616 feet, which is below what's allowed. That has a second floor dormer. Being all of the other code requirements will be met, the applicant is seeking a special permit to allow a functioning dormer and also a certificate of appropriateness. This went to the Architecture Review Board for design review and received a recommendation to the zoning board for a certificate of appropriateness with the condition that the eaves details be refined to match the house. There was mentioned that the applicant may consider north side yard setback, which is 3 feet. However, the code does not require additional setbacks unless the dormer is outward facing. The proposed dormer faces the interior of the applicant's yard. The eaves modifications have since been made and added to this application. If the board finds it appropriate to grant a special permit, staff has no further conditions, but will defer to Karen on any further design details she finds necessary.
And by Karen, you mean Karen's
Boker.
to my left.
Yes.
Yes, Karen,
The one and only Karen, I think.
who has a official title here of some sort,
Design consultant.
design consultant. Thank you very much. All right. Mr. Reese, tell us a little bit about why you want to do this and why we should grant you a special permit.
We are replacing a dysfunctional garage with a functional garage. And then the room above is the special permit request so that I can actually move my office out of the basement into the garage.
I see.
It is short and sweet.
Okay, that was very short and very much appreciated. All right. Kathy, just one question. This really doesn't require any variances, does it? It just requires a special permit.
The size of that lot and then of course the ARB looked at it, make sure that it's appropriately located on the road.
Is there anybody in the audience that is here for or against this particular application? Please raise your hand. I see nobody. I'm a little short, but I don't see any hands. Okay,
And it did meet all the criteria for the special.
okay. All the statutory criteria. All right, members of the board, any questions or comments or issues here? All right, with that, Kathy, could I have the findings of fact and conclusions of law related to this application, please?
Findings of fact and decision.
Of the board for application number BZAP 23-22 for property located at 199 South Ardmore. Upon consideration of the application, proposed variance and evidence and testimony before it, the board finds the applicant has proven that the criteria to grant an area variance in Bexley Code section 122611C have been met, and a special permit in accordance with Bexley Code section 1252.15 shall be granted for a new garage with a functional dormer as modified since the ARB meeting.
Okay,
Should I read the certificate of appropriateness?
yeah, let's do that too, yeah.
The board further finds that the certificate of appropriateness should be issued for the new garage at 199 South Ardmore as recommended by the Architecture Review Board.
Right, okay. Freeze, you hear all that? You hear anything in there that was objectionable to you in terms of what you're asking us to vote on?
No, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Any member of the board have any comments about the findings of fact and the decision? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the finding of fact and decision as was iterated by Ms. Rose? Thank you, Mr. Schick. Do I have a second?
Second. Dorn.
Thank you, Ms. Dorn. Kathy, please call the roll.
Mr. Schick,
Yes.
Ms. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Chairman B Hall.
I vote yes as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Turner.
Yes.
I apologize.
I was wondering, maybe that you would recuse yourself and I was not aware of it. All right. The special permit is granted. The certificate of appropriateness is also granted. Good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey Kathy, before we start the next one, my thing is on low battery. We have a charger.
Okay, I'm gonna
Sorry.
give.
All right, the next case on the docket, while we're doing some technical things here, is application BZAP 23-23 that we mentioned earlier involving 2200 East Main Street. The applicant is Ryan Pearson. The owner of the properties is Continental Real Estate Companies. The request is to seek preliminary review and allow demolition and redevelopment of the vacant Trinity Lutheran apartment structures at 2160, 2188, 2186 East Main, which are three different parcel numbers, which I won't read to save us all some time, and also a special permit and conditional use for a new 5-story building with housing alternatives and a variance for a new 6-story mixed-use building to provide additional housing, restaurant, retail, and offices. Who is here on behalf of the applicant? Mr. Cass, come on up here. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give to the board this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Kathy, why don't you give us or no?
Yeah,
Oh,
we have.
a couple other folks that will be testifying on behalf of the applicant. Yeah, sure.
Need to read names, address.
I need your name.
Ryan Pearson, Gage Group, 330 West Spring Street, 43215.
All right, Ryan.
Jason Hockstock, Continental Real Estate, 150 East Broad Street.
All right.
Scott Deisler with PH7 Architects, 448 West Nationwide Boulevard.
All right. Will you three gentlemen raise your right hands, please? Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening about this particular application will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Kathy, do you want to start, or we're going to have Ryan, Jason do it? Jason, give us a little staff report. This is more complex than the average case.
So it's a little more complex than the average case. There's a couple of things I think we want to explain to make sure the audience understands where this process is on.
Oh, I can't get a lot. There we go.
There you
That one just wasn't working. There we go. I'm a really loud person usually, so it's the opposite problem. What we're doing tonight is the beginning of a process. And what we have asked the applicant to do, and they have agreed, is to come in tonight for a conceptual review. Those of you on the board understand what that means, and I'm going to explain it so everyone in the audience also understands. A conceptual review means that there is no intention that any action will be taken tonight. So if you're here worried that we're about to do something, you can rest assured that is not the case. The city of Bexley has a number of boards that interact with each other. The BZAP, who you're seeing tonight, the Board of Zoning and Planning, is the board that makes final decisions on complex cases such as this, particularly along our Main Street commercial corridor. That being said, there are other boards which have very important contributions to processes, in particular processes where we're doing a really large site development that is unusual in the city of Bexley. In some cities, this wouldn't be considered large. Here in Bexley, this is one of the largest sites we have along our Main Street. And we always look very carefully at what happens along the corridor. And in this case, we'll be doing the same thing. So the Architectural Review Board will be hearing this at their next regularly scheduled meeting next month. And the Tree and Public Garden Commission will also be contributing to this overall review process. They each have different charges. The Architectural Review Board will not surprise you that they look at architecture. The Tree and Public Garden Commission primarily focuses on public spaces and the way that open space and landscaping function in the context of the overall project. What the Board of Zoning and Planning is charged to do is look at the things that we've mentioned tonight, which have to do with the overall site development, the overall massing of the building, the way it meets the zoning code. And there are a couple other two things in this case, which I want to mention, which are a little particular. So there's a lot of lingo when it comes to doing a zoning case. So if you don't understand anything, just ask us and we're happy to explain it. Zoning is the basic underlying set of rules that guide all of our development. We also have a set of design guidelines for Main Street, and they've served us well for about 20 years. That being said, a few years ago when we did a zoning code update, we pulled some of those guidelines into our code. So now we have a set of what we call design standards. That means if the applicant wants to vary from any of those standards, they would have to get a variance. What those do is try to guide development to be in keeping with what we are as a community trying to achieve based on our design standards along Main Street. That typically is a multi-story mixed-use building with some sort of activated space along the Main Street corridor. That could be restaurants, could be retail, it could be office, it could be a variety of things. And we're also encouraging a mix of residential in that as well, in order to try to address a number of issues, one of which is the ability for different housing types aging in place, which is just a planner way to say you have a place to live no matter how old you get, and you can find a different kind of unit if you don't necessarily want a single family home and you can remain in the community. Those are all sort of things baked into the larger code and design guidelines, and that's one way we review it. The second thing that this is asking for is what we call a special permit. We have what we call by right in zoning means the zoning has a set of categories that if you meet those zoning categories, you're allowed to do them. We have a by right of 3 stories, and we have what we call a special permit up to 5 stories. One thing that has changed since the initial announcement went out about this project is the applicant has resubmitted a new site plan. So they are no longer requesting a 6-story building, but a 5-story building, which falls into our special permit category. You have the access, certainly, if you want to go look at the code. We also have, we'll talk about that a little bit tonight. There's a set of criteria that the BZAP will have to consider to determine if this project meets those to say it is okay to have 5 stories. Then there's a third thing, which is more rigorous, called the variance. And a variance is when the applicant wants to deviate from our code. The one thing I will tell you is in urban main corridor developments, there's almost always some kind of variance. I happen to be the chairman of the Italian Village Commission, and we give a lot of variances because the code in Columbus is very clunky. Luckily, we have a much more streamlined code here in Bexley, so we don't anticipate a lot of variances, but we do anticipate some. And while we understand that sounds like varying from the code is a strange thing in a complex redevelopment project, that's usually pretty typical, yet it is up to this board, which serves as a quasi-judicial board, and Catherine can explain what that means in more detail than I can. They basically have the ability to vary from the code, and any applicant has the right to ask for those variances. So that's sort of a big picture of what we're doing. And I want to go back and reassure you that tonight, no decisions will be made. Tonight, we thought it was very important for the applicant to come forward because it's a significant project for Bexley, and we want the BZAP to have the opportunity to comment and tell the applicant directly what they're thinking and to hear directly from you what you're thinking. A few things that I want to point out today that I think are pretty important. Since this is a conceptual review, we anticipate there will be changes that will take place. So what we're not going to do today is get into the nitty-gritty details of, does it meet the criteria for this variance? Does it meet all the specific criteria for this permit? What we are going to talk about is, what do you think of the project in general, both as a public and as the BZAP? I prepared a numerous page staff report, and as you'll see in that staff report, much of it says TBD. The reason it says TBD is because the final architecture has to go to the architectural review board. The public space has to go through that other process. And another thing that the mayor asked me to specifically point out, one thing you'll notice in this process, in this project as proposed, is there's an idea that we would realign the way that this parking lot right outside works and tie into the overall project. There is a meeting set up next week with the CIC and the applicant to start to talk about that. We want to reiterate, as an administration, we are interested in being able to share the opportunity to get more public parking and cross-access easements into this site. That being said, this particular design of the parking lot, the administration neither endorses nor is against this design. They just haven't considered it yet. So the mayor will be meeting with the applicant next week to specifically talk about what we would want if there were changes to our particular parking lot in order to accommodate that. So that's kind of a long preamble that I usually don't give, but I want to make sure everybody understands where we are tonight. The couple things I do want to point out, again, there's a long staff report with a lot of things that say TBD in there, but there are a couple specific issues that I would guide the BZAP to specifically think about and consider tonight that would be greatly an asset to both the applicant moving forward and to staff in helping guide the applicant moving forward to meet the criteria of our city and our codes. One is the manner in which the building addresses the Main Street corridor. How do you feel about that? As you know, our code requires that buildings are fairly close to the corridor. We don't allow parking to be in front of buildings, nor do we allow driveway or vehicular access. We're trying to encourage a pedestrian-oriented, multi-use activated space. How do you feel about that? Do you feel it is an appropriate amount of space, appropriately sited, those kind of issues? Similarly, how do you feel about the location, size, and area of public spaces that take place in and around this building? Third is, how do you feel about the interface with adjacent properties, particularly a single family to the north? One of the criteria that we have for allowing the special permit is how that interfaces with adjacent uses, and I'll talk about that in just a second. Overall considerations, including building massing, and then whatever additional information you might need to evaluate the requests, both for the special permit and anything else going forward. One of the things we hear a lot about when we have these cases is how do cars work? And we understand that while we're trying to create a pedestrian-oriented activated environment, there also are cars. We're still in a world where we have cars. The applicant is preparing a traffic study. We don't have that yet, and that's okay because we're at the conceptual stage. But a few things I do want to mention is that at this current stage, what they are proposing is to eliminate one of the curb cuts that takes place in the current lot that's right out next to us and move that down to the other side of the building. Our code and as staff, we try to discourage additional curb cuts on Main Street unless they're necessary. We think there is a legitimate argument here that we're really just shifting a curb cut down, and that would probably help push a lot of the access directly to Main Street. That being said, we won't know that for sure until the applicant comes back with their traffic study. The other thing that we highly encourage as administration, as a staff, is cross-access easements throughout adjacent sites along Main Street. We started to do that, and I think it's been really successful. Tonight, there were no parking spots here because we have a very large crowd, so I was able to park right next door in the Giant Eagle lot, and that was by design. We want all these lots to function seamlessly and together, and the applicant can describe how they'll be able to provide access for public spaces on their lot that when this space is overfilled due to capacity issues, we can move seamlessly back and forth. So we think that's a really important thing. That being said, a lot of this will be determined in the traffic study. The other thing is that currently they show over 320 parking spaces on the site, which is considerable. It's considerable lot of spaces. That being said, based on our current code, that would not be the number that is required in the code. One of the things that we're very interested in is figuring out ways to do shared parking. We do have provisions for that in the code so that we're not overbuilding parking. And I think, again, looking at how we started to streamline these sites next to each other with cross-access easements gives us an indication that it has been working pretty well. That being said, you'll have to determine using the variance criteria if that's appropriate. But what we didn't do tonight was get into the specific numbers because we know it's going to change. And there's not really that much use in our idea to get into the nitty-gritty of that. It's more about just giving you the general sense of how that works. So those are the big issues that we want to talk about tonight. And if you do decide you would like to get more into the aspects of that special permit, just to understand what that's about, I do have that on page 6 of the staff report. It's section 1254.14 of our code. There are 5 criteria, and I'm just going to quickly read them just so everybody in the crowd understands without having to call up our code on their phones. Basically, what we're doing is thinking about whether or not five stories is appropriate based on the following 5 considerations: the extent to which the proposed property and site design conform to the intent of the Main Street design guidelines, which you're very familiar with; the extent to which the proposed development represents exceptional architecture and site design. We can talk about the site design. We can talk about the architecture today. That being said, really, Karen's going to take that mantle when the architecture review board dives into this much more aggressively. So we would suggest, with so many people here and with so many issues, that we don't get too much into the architecture today because we are early in this process. The third is the extent to which the design helps to mitigate substantial impact upon adjacent single-family residential, which is directly to the rear. Consider that. Actually, I think there are 6 things, not 5. Compatibility of architecture and site design to the surrounding uses. And again, site design is really for us today. The extent to which the development creates meaningful pedestrian and public amenity spaces. And finally, the extent to which development provides public parking. So I've given a longer intro than I wanted to. That being said, I just want to make sure to level set that we all know what's happening. So with that, I'll stop. I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner, Chairman. If you have any other questions for me, I'm happy to answer.
I have questions that you and we have here also tonight, Catherine Cunningham, who is the legal advisor to the board and to the city. And my questions for the two of you are we, you know, I mean, everybody that reads about all this stuff, are we here to discuss any tax issues like TIFs, tax incentives, tax abatement? Is that a topic of conversation this evening?
That is not a topic of conversation for a couple of reasons. One is it's not within the purview of this board. That's a city council issue. It never comes before this board, and this board makes no recommendations on that. So it is not anything that you have the jurisdiction or authority to consider
Or the knowledge?
or the knowledge or the authority to approve.
Okay,
That's all a city council matter. And to the extent that as Jason was referring, there are lots of boards and commissions. This is going to be a well vetted process. To the extent that you stay in your lane and don't bleed over into other authorities, it's a much smoother process for everyone involved. Your feedback is important because you are the final decision maker on many things. But if it's outside, you know, you work with ARB and their recommendations all of the time. You can
Right.
delegate to them, you can take it back from them.
right.
But just staying in sort of the main things, and I think starting with the big picture and paring down will serve everybody, but
All right.
it's not within your jurisdiction.
All right. My other questions are, you know, we've had several cases in the past where there's been a lot of public interest, and they involve the issue of public affordable housing, not public housing, affordable housing. Is affordable housing a topic of conversation for this evening or not?
It is not.
Okay,
It's the use. What's happening here are permitted uses within the zoning classification.
so we're talking about how the property is used, not who is using the property.
Absolutely right.
And then the last question I have is that I'm trying to answer some questions that you might all have too, because I'm like you, I'm reading and I'm thinking about things. Does tonight's discussion involve any discussion of how this impacts the schools locally or not? Is that an issue that is within the purview of this board or not?
That is typically not within the purview of this board. Again, development and permitted uses bring impact consequences naturally. More
Sure.
cars, more people, less cars, less people, depending on what it is. Commercial, residential. Those are natural consequences of every development. The issues are what is permitted and what is not permitted in the zoning classification. Everything that's proposed here in terms of use is permitted. So they would be natural consequences. If the school board wanted to get involved, that would normally be an involvement between the school board and the developer, and or the school board and city council may have conversations about it. But again, that's not in the purview of this
Right.
board to make any determination on.
Thank you, Catherine. So, you know, Jason used a couple acronyms, and some of you are not familiar because he works in the zoning area every single day of his life and they're second nature to him, but he used the term as an example, BZAP. BZAP stands for what this board is, the Board of Zoning and Planning. And it's such a mouthful that a lot of the people that are involved say BZAP. The other an acronym used was CIC, which is the Community Investment Corporation, right? Improvement Corporation. Thank you. There you go. See, so the Community Improvement Corporation, also something that we're not part of or involved with as well, correct?
That's correct. And again, that's another city council and community improvement corp or CIC issue. The Community Improvement Corp is a separate corporation. It's a nonprofit. It is the development arm of the city by designation of ordinance. So they do operate under state statute and as a separate entity, but there are members of the city who are on that board, and it is for the development of the community. That's what it is, a nonprofit CIC.
All right. And then the last thing I want to do, try to help keep things moving tonight is, can you give us some facts about what is there now? And maybe Kathy, you're the person who best do this. I don't know, but what is in this location now? We all know that it's apartments and stuff, but how many, what's the parking? What's the story back there?
I'm not sure on the parking counts. That being said, it's about 60 units and it had been historically used for family housing for the Trinity Lutheran Seminary. So, I mean, I think you could kind of describe it, if you didn't know that, as lower density aging condos, I guess is the best way I would describe it, even though really they haven't ever served as individual ownership. It's more of an apartment situation. That being said, over the last several years, that has not been the case. And there has been housing in there provided for Columbus State students in a family housing situation. And that would, transition away from that use. There's been an understanding to our understanding, and I'm speaking for somebody who doesn't own the property, but our understanding is that since Trinity stopped using it, there's been consideration about converting this to a development site. And now in the last year, that has obviously come to fruition. As a city, we didn't have anything to do with choosing the buyer or who was part of this development process. What we did do is we did provide guidance to Capital about what the zoning would allow here and what would be in excess of the zoning, so that they could guide their potential applicants and their potential buyers in order to sort of frame it.
As you would do with any citizen of Bexley, if they called you and asked you for guidance on what the zoning rules and regulations and laws are. Okay. So before we give the applicant the first chance here, I request that, it's not much point. We don't have any, for instance, tax jurisdiction. We don't have any authority over taxing. There's not much point in making comments to us about TIFs or tax abatement because it's just not a topic that we're ever going to vote on up here. And so I'd like to try to keep it to, how does it affect the Main Street corridor? How does the location, size, and placement of a fairly substantial building here work in this community? And what is your general feel about what the applicant is asking for? So to start us off, Mr. Cass, who would like to take the lead on your team? Please come on up and give us a rendition of what why you jumped into this. This is a large project and what you're thinking about doing.
Yeah. Thank you, Bob. So I started a company called Continental Real Estate about 50 years ago. As I recount, the last 20 some years, 30 years have been mostly what I would call redevelopment, which means we seldom buy a greenfield, in a distant suburb and do that. Recently, closest to you here would be at Broad and Hamilton in Whitehall. We bought a dangerous apartment project there from the city of Whitehall and redid it as a 360 unit apartment project, pretty nice with the old bag of nails in it.
Yeah, right.
Some retail on the Hamilton roadside. Capital University, this was apartments for seminary students, mostly adult family, seminary students with some family. I don't know when it was built. My guess is I moved to Bexley in 1948. At the time, the only kindergarten was Montrose, and that's where I went. They opened up Maryland Avenue in 1950 and had first grade at Cascam, went there. This has been here as long as I remember it, might be 50, 60 years old. I don't really know. Not dissimilar from other religious institutions. Business isn't as good as it used to be. And the seminarians today, they don't need housing for 50. And a lot of their study now is on the internet, and they can stay on the south side of Main Street when they're here to do whatever they're doing. And Capital University bought this property and I think the seminary program some years ago and began planning to sell this. You all here and BZAP will be at the heart of this in the next 10 years are going to look at a lot of other things that Capital is going to be doing. Okay. And we're involved with them in some guidance. This one, we were one of 9 people that submitted proposals. I was kind of aggravated at the time because I asked them to buy it without the proposals. And instead they sent out a RFP, a request for proposal, and used our Upper Arlington projects as an example. Okay. But either way, we were selected for the project. It's a little less than 3 acres. And it will be public record we're buying the site for $7.5 million. So that would be at the high end, 2.5 million an acre of what property anywhere in central Ohio today would be going for. The capital is in need of selling this and doing other things with their property to create income and to change the profile of the university. And they're doing a good job of it. It's a very challenging site. Aside from the fact we're challenged by neighbors behind with single family. Is this a bad one?
I'm not sure, but they're not picking up that great, so I figured two's better than one.
Oh boy. Will I be repeating myself? I do that, you know.
If you
Bob
do,
knows.
we'll be sure to tell you that.
Yeah, thank you. So it's a challenging site for various reasons. Now, the good news, there's also some really good luck with it. Okay. The homes behind it, I think there's 4. I don't know anyone that lives there. There's huge trees, some deciduous, but many of them pines that are covering up biggest part of these buildings that'll be built. Early on, Jason asked us to move our building farther south, which we did. So that was pretty good. There's an easement right now active going one way. You can go both ways, but it's only wide enough to go one way at a time to get to Bryden Road. You should know that at a point in time, 2 years ago, Capitol was still parking their people there, about 75 cars on a daily basis. They stopped that and moved them to another part of campus. There's an easement to Parkview that's of great concern to Mr. Gross and the residents at the Alexander. And we've been working with them. We've probably had a dozen meetings between the city and the schools and the neighbors as it relates to the Alexander and the CIC as it relates to the parking. And you have a meeting next week on that. So the other thing is right now, we're anxious to build the building as the codes provide all the way to the street with some outside seating. We're have a verbal commitment from Cameron Mitchell to do a Hudson 29 there. You might have heard that, a rumor or not, but it's true. And I've done about 10 restaurants for him over the last 25 years. And we're working with a couple of other users for the balance of the retail that is about 4,000 more feet. There's about 10, 11,000 feet, I think, of retail. Is that right? Yeah. The second floor has 12,000 feet of office. And we're in our conversations with the schools about the TIF. Okay. By the way, there's no tax abatement involved here. Okay. In our conversations with the schools about the TIF, they have asked us, would we be willing to move their administrative offices to the second floor in total to create 6 more classrooms in the high school, which we're giving them first consideration. If they can work that out, that's what'll be done. And probably get trouble for that.
Say what TIF
public
is.
record.
What a TIF is for people who.
TIF is tax increment financing. So the site today has 0 tax dollars to the city or schools or county because it's a religious institution. Okay. When we move people into the apartments, we're estimating their payroll, their income of those residents will be around $20 million. The Bexley schools, as you all know, have a 0.75% income tax on all income. So all of a sudden that becomes a big source of income in addition to the pilot payment that we would give them payment in lieu of taxes. And then we use tax dollars to build the garage. That's basically how you get garages built. We finished an 859 car garage on Lane Avenue at the Gateway project and a 559 car garage at the Kingsdale project. And this is how we do it. We have 2 similar projects like this going on in Pittsburgh as well. So it's just something as a redeveloper you do because you're redeveloping urban sites. that are tight on land and you don't have much alternatives. Now, in terms of the problematic things that we have to deal with here, that some of you that are nearby might notice, but it's not really noticeable unless you're on the property. The southeast corner of the property, the closest to your parking lot by the right out exit of your parking lot, that land is 9 feet higher than the northwest portion, as close to the Alexander near the back of the property.
Really?
9 feet different. So this parking deck gets partially dug out, and the lower level is part of it, much of it underground, and then a level above that, and then a deck. Did I say that wrong?
Well, I just want to clarify that.
Yep.
You know,
You want to step
Come on up and take the mic. Yeah, there you go.
if you can go back to the site plan.
And once again, state your name just so the record.
Ryan Pearson with the Edge Group, land
Okay.
planner.
Thank you.
It's plus or minus 5 feet of fall across the base of the site,
Uh-huh.
but the parking lot for Bexley Square is roughly about 10 feet above the parking level of, Bexley Gateway.
And what I was referring to was the right there
This
is,
piece?
like you told me, was 9 feet higher than the piece on the upper left,
Well, it's roughly about 9 feet, 10 feet higher,
this way.
Between
okay,
right here, yeah.
all the way.
but
Okay.
it
So
transitions.
it causes a problem.
Yep.
None the least of which is moving out about $500,000 worth of dirt. Okay. So that's problem number one. Secondly, those buildings meander this way and that way. And so does the sewer going from north to south. Okay. So the whole sewer has to be redone. Now, on that particular instance, we're applying for both demolition and moving the sewer. It's a city of Bexley sewer, by the way, moving that and building the proper new sewer going through the site, not underneath our buildings, which we could not get mortgages for if it did. We're applying to the Department of Development, State of Ohio, that funds these kind of things through a new appropriation at the July biennium budget, and it gets funneled through the county. I was on the phone today with Erica Crowley, County Commissioner. She's expecting to see this thing as it moves through the process, and we hope to be able to get funds from that. This is a very expensive project. In total, it's $73,500,000 based on our today's budgeting. Okay. So the problem with what I'm telling you is the site's very tight, and and we know there's an exit at the back to Bryden, and we know there's an exit to Parkview. We don't want to burden either of those two exits, but there are going to be exits and one's an exit and entrance to Parkview. Bryden is an exit only in our plan. You will notice, Ryan, can you show the exit? This is right here is right turn in and out from Main Street.
Right.
And the reason we have placed, and we have some flexibility, the two entrances from the city's parking lot, the two, is we have to get in and out of our garage. And we have to do it in such a way that spaces all of our exits and entrance with 300 cars. And then the buildings we built are the double donut or the 8, okay? You don't have a lot of flexibility with, because apartments become certain sizes. Now, the preponderance of these apartments, over 60% of these, I believe, are 1 bedroom. Then there's 2 bedroom. And then what we've done here is on the 2 corners of Main Street, we've put 3 floors 3, 4, and 5 of 3 bedroom apartments. Now, we've done that not to get kids in the schools, because these apartments typically never have them. But rather we've been getting calls from residents, my age folks, okay, that are
40-year-olds.
exactly 80 on the 31st. Thank you.
Oh, good for you.
They'd like to sell their homes and rent here. Now, as crazy as it sounds, you can sell your house in middle of Bexley and move here free, literally free. You have no real estate taxes, no lawn maintenance, nothing. You pay rent and you're done. Okay. And pocket the money from the house. Maybe we should have more than 6, but I don't really want to have more than 6. So anyhow, so then 60% of what's left, a little more, are 1 bedroom apartments. And then there's some 2s. The reason we usually do 80-20 twos to ones, but the reason today, two reasons, is one is with people working from home. More and more people working from home. They turned the second bedroom into an office today. And they can write that off as well. And they're now working from home. Secondly, that will bring in income to the city of Bexley on the income tax. And so we anticipate there'll be a bunch of people doing that. The second reason we've gone to more two bedrooms than usual is apartments are really expensive today. Construction costs are up 35% in 2 years. Okay. Our friend Parker McDonald found that out. Interest rates are now 8.1 for us, floating construction rate instead of 3.25 that it's been for the last 8 or 9 years. So everything's gone up in price and the site's tight. And so we have some flexibility to do certain things, but we are constrained. And again, we're trying to cooperate with the neighbors on all sides and the city, which is obviously a neighbor as well. So if we want to move through this a little bit, how do we do that? Okay, let's look at elevations. Those are the outdoor balconies of the three bedrooms. And to have the exact same thing, there'll be another picture you'll see. This is looking at it from the southeast at an angle. The next view is looking at it directly from the Trinity. Multiple materials. We've tried to tie in materials from across the street, from next door at the Alexander. Again, this isn't architectural review, but we've been working on that.
But this gives us some idea of the massing and the location and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's outside the Hudson 29 would be right there to the left side and toward the middle. It'll also cover the stuff in the middle, and it'd be about 6,000 square feet. If any of you have eaten there's one on Lane Avenue, and there's one off of Market Street in New Albany. This would be Cameron's third in town, and it's priced well, and it's a pretty good restaurant, so that's what we've talked about. And then you see on the left side the balconies again on those. They'll be part of the 3-bedroom unit. That'd be really pretty special.
And some of the parking, I assume, is set aside for the commercial establishments, or how does that work?
Yeah, I'll tell you how that works. So the garage that's behind it, okay, you'll actually drive from Bexley Square if you come in by the traffic light, which we still think will be the single most between that and the right turn off of Main Street. If you'll come in there, you'll actually be driving. Do you have one you can show them? You'll be driving between the back of the retail office on the front part and the garage itself. You're actually kind of in the garage. Okay. All the parking toward the front will be, 2-hour parking. And then in the back is the parking for the residents. Now, also at the back of the site, and you can show the site plan, the garage stops because Jason correctly wanted, and the mayor wanted the building moved forward. And so the back of the site is just parking surface, just as it is today, only obviously a new parking surface.
And I think this slide will help. This is that basement level that Frank was talking about, where we've carved off about 50 spaces out of the 100 down in the basement level. That would have that at-grade access over here to the Hudson 29 space. And then
office people would park above that level.
Okay.
And that'd be for the
right. And there's
whomever.
45 spaces plus or minus on the north side. There's surface spaces that would be available. But if you think about the 218 residential units, there's about 160 on the first floor, the main level that would be flush with this parking lot. Roughly 60 below that. So then you're right in that kind of 220 spaces for residential. And these would really be, they would be some overnight parking for guests or any kind of overflow for the residential, but mainly for the Hudson 29 in the office space.
Interesting.
We're talking right now to a medical use for the rest of the first floor space.
Yeah. Oh, are you okay? And I'm going to clarify something you said. You said Jason wanted something. And I mean, what you are gathering is what you mean is he is making suggestions to you that trying to stay within the confines of the Main Street corridor.
the day we were selected for this, we called the mayor and the mayor called Jason and we all sat down and they set certain criteria for us because they, as Jason said, the mayor and Jason were involved with capital during the selection process and they saw our plan.
I see.
Okay. And we were selected and they didn't want the plan we had that was moving the things farther back. And out of all that came this, what I call the double donut or the figure eight. Okay.
got it.
So
And
we-
just to set that straight a little bit, so right now we have a 60-foot, roughly 60-foot bay of parking on the north side. On the original concept, it was a single drive.
I see.
It went around the north side and we had a 5-story building closer to the residents to the north. So we studied pulling it to the south and we had it in kind of a 2-building fashion.
and it was 5 stories above the double deck. Now it's 4
Mhm.
because we've broadened everything out as much as we could,
Yeah, and-
which also lowers the height on everything.
Right, just to clarify, basically, what we always do is we just suggest to the applicant ways that can be more in conformance with the criteria that would allow you to potentially approve things like a special permit. So that's why we make those
Are
suggestions.
we asking Jason for any variances?
Probably for parking, but it depends on how it all falls out at the end. Yeah.
But parking is like more, right? I mean,
No, you would ask for a variance to reduce parking number right now based on your current
So
count.
even though it's written in the mainstream that there's the 30% shared and
That's
still a variance.
it's likely that will occur. Again, we don't know yet. And
yeah, so there might be a parking variance,
got it,
but,
yeah.
but there might not be a parking. But everything we've tried to do is variance free.
Mhm.
And we've listened to all input as much as we possibly can, including things like, we're not going to have a dumpster in the back. We're going to have a compactor. And with a compactor, I live on behind the alley, in front of the alley here between Sheridan and Maine, where the bookstore is. And I'm telling you, Rumpke comes there dinging their stuff at 4:15 in the morning. Okay. And Jim has told me that several times. We're not going to have, we're going to, within the garage, we have trash dumpsters.
Mhm.
Our maintenance people will take those to a trash compactor.
Mhm.
The compactor will be picked up as needed. And another one replaced during daytime hours to make everything as simple as it possibly can be. The problem with all of this, and then if we've gone through everything, I'll answer whatever question, anything you want. The problem with all of this is when you have an expensive site that is tight, small, that has certain egress and ingress already in place that can't change.
Mhm.
Okay. The city next to you on one side, we are constrained quite a bit to what can and cannot be done. Now, if someone thinks this is too high, which I don't think it is, because the building next to it's higher, okay, we can't lower it.
Mhm.
Because if we don't get this many units, this many square feet, we can't pay 7.5 million for a piece of land and move the dirt and do all the things. You can say that's my problem, not yours. But if that happens, we go away. I mean, we have no choice. And this is very, very important to capital.
Mhm.
The only part about it was important to me was that no other developer was coming into my city on my street and doing this kind of stuff. I'd remind you that the building you're sitting in was done with dollars from the taxes on the TIF on the grocery store I did some years ago.
Right.
Okay.
Remember that.
So, and so is the service building on Delmar, all done from taxes from that grocery store. So this is what we do for a living. Other people do it as well or better than we do, but it gets really, you can't have a lot of variances and you can't have a lot of variables because we're in the business of eliminating variables.
Sure.
And we've been doing that through this process. I probably met with the mayor 10 times
Okay.
and everyone else. Now, the only other thing I'd say is I believe the traffic study came in today.
Okay. Well, nobody's had a chance to.
No, nobody's
Do
seen
it,
it.
yeah.
No one's seen it except.
Have a little request that I'm getting on my phone constantly that everyone, board members and applicants, Kyle, you as well, please speak close to the microphone because this is a full room, but we also have lots of people watching on YouTube and they can't hear unless you speak into the microphone.
You're on candid camera.
YouTube. I'd have brought my toupee.
All right. Listen, I think it might be a good opportunity to let some of the folks talk so that your folks can answer questions that they raise. I think you've given us a nice run around the entire project. Gentlemen, do you have anything to add that would add to the knowledge that they might need in order to ask questions or to bring up any issues that Mr. Cass hasn't already done? Okay.
The last thing I said about the traffic study that
Yeah.
came in, Jason, who's our engineer, has had a chance to look at that quickly, and it basically is agreeing with our egress ingress points. No new traffic changes have to be made, no traffic lights, widening streets or any of that stuff.
Oh, good.
So this can fit within what's going on.
What's going on here
So-
already.
But you'll all find out that yourself. Yeah, please.
So the traffic, the way the site circulation is intended to work is to try to guide the vast majority of the traffic towards Main Street. So we have put some restrictions in the way the lanes are configured. If you look at the west side of the site, that's a southbound only one-way traffic.
Uh-huh.
And then also, I think Frank touched on with Bryden, the Bryden
Yeah,
exit,
that little exit,
forcing that into an exit only.
a one-way.
Yeah, so the intent is really to try to get all the traffic either to the signal or use the right in, right out. We understand the sensitivity for the neighbors
Mhm.
to avoid that. So that is really the intent of it. And you'll
Mhm.
see that highlighted in the traffic study once it has that opportunity to review.
All right. And just for the record, your name too, so that we can.
Jason Hockstock,
Okay. Jason.
Continental Real Estate.
Thank you. Are there people in the audience that are contiguous homeowners to the, I guess it would have to be either to the west in the Alexander or to the north on Bryden? All right. You know, I think it might be helpful to give you the first priority to come up and speak to us, if you don't mind. Of those folks. Okay. All right. Okay, and then we have people from the Alexander, and I have a list of people from the Alexander, and then we can take them. Sir, would you please, for the record, this is a, doesn't look like it, but this is a quasi judicial forum here. So we have to run it in some ways like a courtroom, right? And that's why everybody that speaks is under oath. And it's not like I'm picking on Mr. Cass or anybody else when I put you under oath. But if you would give me your name.
First name Oded, last name Shankar,
And where do you live, sir?
475 Columbia Place.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand and you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give us will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Tell us what you think or what questions that you have, sir. Oh, yes. And remember, everybody, we've got about 3 minutes, so let's try to get to the point.
I'll
And
try.
Hear my chime.
she's got the timer over here, so she looks kind of mean, doesn't she? You be careful.
She does.
Not like, but-
No, I do a lot of expert witness, so I'm used to the
He's-
process. Thank you.
He's,
Okay. The gentleman here said that he consulted with the people who will be affected. He definitely did not talk to us. We live at the corner of this alleyway. And these alleyways were constructed just to let people go into their garages, not to become a highway, which is what we're going to have now.
you're talking about the pathway from the back end to Bryden Road.
Absolutely.
And your house
absolutely.
backs onto that road.
Exactly.
I just happen to know since I represent.
You're
group
familiar
before.
with
Yeah,
that. Exactly. I actually brought the mayor at the time.
Yeah.
And I brought him to take a look at what had happened after the Giant Eagle was opened.
yeah. Mhm.
We started to get a lot of foot traffic. Then Capital had their parking lot. We had an opportunity to see what happens when both of them collide. You have both pedestrian and you have cars. I don't care if this is one way. This is going to basically completely destroy our quality of life. But let me tell you, this is not only about us. As is, Bryden is terribly overburdened. The city has already prohibited parking in order to let the traffic flow because this is the main entry to get into the highway. Can you imagine what's going to happen when you're going to start having all those cars moving into Bryden? And I don't care if this is one way. This is completely out of control. You're going to have traffic jam going in and out. This is against everything that Bexley is. The gentleman here was talking about being pedestrian friendly. This is not going to be pedestrian friendly. This is not even going to be car friendly.
Okay,
Okay, so we are vehemently, strongly opposed to the idea.
very
Okay,
good.
thank you
Dr.
very
Bankert,
much.
Thank you very much. I
Thank you.
appreciate you and everybody coming down. Next, you, sir. There is a pointer somewhere. There it is. Sir, your name, please.
I'm JD Malone,
JD, and you live,
2191 Bryden Road.
okay, thank you. Would you raise your right hand?
Oh, it's the right hand. Sorry.
That's all right. You know, it's a left hand doesn't count, apparently. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you're about to give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Please tell us what your thoughts on this matter are.
Okay, I'm at this house right here. Your line goes right through my kitchen.
Uh-huh.
My first hesitation is that like this tree line and stuff back here is not significant enough to, as Mr. Cass was saying, block the view of a large building here. And our main concern is what is going to be on this property line. We'd like to see a wall, large fence, something. Our other main concern is this alley. We really don't like the idea of traffic from the property flowing onto Bryden Road. Bryden Road is significantly trafficked today. This alley is mainly pedestrians and bicycles to get into Giant Eagle from the neighborhoods up here. More traffic on that alleyway is just a bad idea. And there needs to be some buffer for these houses back here,
Okay.
including mine, obviously.
You know, there's commissions that are going to look at what the plannings are, and I'm sure they'll be very, very interested, as you are, in making sure that that's a significantly examined issue. How about that?
Yep.
But
Great.
But I appreciate your comments very much, and thanks for coming down here. Ma'am, are you standing here to get a better view of me, or do you want to talk? No, I'm just joking.
My name is Mary Dick, and
Okay,
I live
Mary.
at 486 South Parkview. My property is right next to the Alexander. They're my best
Okay.
neighbors.
Okay, would you raise your right hand?
oh.
You swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. So now you live right next to the Alexander, just north of the Alexander on
I'm-
Parkview.
I'm the first house north of
Got
the
it.
Alexander.
Got it.
Now, they do have the drive in and out with the speed bumps,
Yeah.
which doesn't slow traffic. People cut through that parking lot
Yeah.
from Bryden to Parkview or vice versa. I see it all the time. And then when you have your equipment, your Rumpke trucks couple times a day, and they don't slow down over those bumps.
Mm.
Yeah, you hear it. So anyhow, the other problem I have is you talked about a trash compactor. That's right behind my property.
Ma'am, you got to address us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's not going to vote. We vote.
Oh, no, I was just having a question about the trash compactor.
That's what we'll ask the questions of them later, but.
Okay.
yeah,
But there's supposedly, according to the plan, there's a trash compactor right there in the corner, right behind my property.
okay.
And we used to have a dumpster that was a little bit more west of where the trash compactor looks like it's going to be. And there was trash all the time. And when I would be cleaning up trash in my yard all the time because it gets windy. When you have rental properties, people don't care.
Mhm.
They just do whatever. So
Right.
that's a major concern.
Okay.
And that's about it right
Well,
now.
you know, I appreciate your coming down here and waiting all this time to tell us. We need to know these things. And I appreciate your taking the time to do so.
Oh, and plus the noise of a trash compactor, I have no idea what that's going to be like because
Okay.
I know how loud it is for the dumpster. So
No, those are absolute issues. Thank you.
thank you.
I thought I saw one more hand on a homeowner contiguous. If not, let's call folks from the Alexander. Now, I have been given a list of order. Brian Hunt is at the top of my list. Does that sound right? Okay, Mr. Hunt, are you here? There you are. Thank you you were in the mezzanine back there.
Yes, sir.
How
How
are
are
you
you this evening?
I'm good. Could we have I just said your name, but you better say it because I might be wrong.
Brian Hunt of Loveland Law LLC appearing this evening on behalf of the Alexander Condominium Unit Owners Association.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we do appreciate the opportunity to appear and speak this evening. We know that this board recognizes the challenges and concerns that an application like this creates.
Yeah.
Along with myself, there are also several residents from the Alexander who will speak on how this proposed development will directly affect them. I would like to first briefly identify a few legal issues pertaining to this development which will need to be addressed and resolved as part of this process. The first is an ingress and egress easement that passes along the north side of the Alexander property, which is clearly intended to be a primary entry and exit to the development under the current plans. This easement is supposed to be used for customary private drive purposes only and is only intended to benefit the Capitol property. Under the current proposal, there will be a significant increase in the amount of traffic far beyond what was originally contemplated in the easement. A change in the type of traffic that was intended by the easement will likely occur, and the easement will be extended to benefit the properties to the east and thus further unlawfully burden the Alexander property. All of these points go beyond the scope of the easement and essentially turn a private drive into a public right-of-way. There is also a parking easement that the Alexander has for 16 parking spaces on the northwest corner of the Capitol property. The current proposal completely eliminates that parking and replaces it with a trash compactor. Normally, the city may take the position that these are issues between private persons and thus irrelevant to governmental approvals. However, when reviewing a proposal such as this, your code requires that this board shall determine, among other things, whether the plans will have a substantial detrimental impact on neighboring properties. The current proposal will certainly have a substantial detrimental impact on the legal rights and duties existing because of these easements alone, if nothing else. We also believe there's a situation where an appropriation of my client's property is likely to occur. A tax increment financing proposal is pending, which designates several parts of the project to be public infrastructure improvements, including the public parking garage. The use of the Alexander property then to provide access to those public improvements might very well amount to appropriation without just compensation. Aside from those issues, several concerns exist about the process itself. For instance, even as it relates to this meeting, the notice received by the neighbors and the agenda that has been posted do not accurately reflect the proposal being reviewed by the board this evening. And the latest information regarding this development was apparently just posted on the city's website 3 days ago, but the former plans remain online as well, which just further adds to the confusion. The only reason that we had any reasonable notice of the revised plans is because Mr. Cass shared them with us several weeks ago, which we appreciate. Moving forward, we need to ensure that this process is a fair, responsible, and effective one. Just as an example of what residents are concerned about, the demolition of the current buildings will raise a lot of issues. Where will the entry and exit points be for the construction equipment, and how will that be determined? And how will any effects on neighboring properties be mitigated? Along with various approvals being needed, we want to guarantee that the city's review will be thorough and complete, that neighbors will be provided adequate notice, and that they will have the opportunity to be heard and to otherwise participate in the process. So again, we thank you for your time and attention this evening. We will be happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right. Thank you very much. And I just wanted noted that they asked me why I didn't swear you in. And I explained to them that lawyers don't get sworn in.
We're special.
We're special people.
We
That's
think
right.
we are at least.
Well, something like that. Just ask us, right? No, actually, it's because you're not testifying. You're delivering the message of your clients to us. So you don't have any necessarily have any personal knowledge. You may in this case have personal knowledge, but
Correct.
that's the reason for the general public, the reason that lawyers don't get sworn in.
As well as legal arguments.
As well as there's legal arguments to be made as well.
Yep.
But I think you made a lot of them in a nice, compact, short period of time. So I appreciate your lawyer-like approach.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Diamond. Your name, sir?
Steve Diamond.
Even though I know what it is, you still need to say it. It's one of those deals. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're going to give us will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Tell us about your perspective on this matter. Where do you live?
Sure. As I stand before you today as a concerned resident, owner of the Alexander in this wonderful community, my home is located on the north side of the building on the second floor along the private drive. First and foremost, our condominium association owns this private driveway adjacent to our property and directly below my home, which provides convenient access to City Hall, Bexley Square, Market District, and other nearby businesses. This driveway plays an important role in our daily lives. This drive is shared by way of an easement agreement implemented years ago with Trinity to use as a private ingress and egress for their residents' vehicles. I would like to point out that as owners of this private drive, we were recently responsible for approximately $3,000 in repairs due to the excessive use of refuse trucks accessing the Trinity apartment complex via this driveway. Additionally, it is also the primary location for moving vans and contractors needing easy access to our freight elevator. Losing access to this driveway will create an undue burden. Our location along Main Street, a prized aspect of our community, offers easy walking access to retail, businesses, and restaurants. Many of our neighbors, including young families with strollers and children on bicycles, frequently cross our private driveway to reach Main Street. This presents a potential safety hazard, and we must take measures to protect our community members, especially the most vulnerable. Beyond these concerns, there's the pressing matter of noise pollution. The consistent disturbances caused by refuse trucks, which frequently operate during unauthorized morning hours, and speeding cars that pass by my bedroom window and serene balcony while blaring their radios, will inevitably escalate into an unbearable nuisance. This issue significantly impacts our quality of life, and it's something no resident should have to bear. With the proposed addition of 218 units and a restaurant, the volume of traffic and noise is sure to increase tenfold for our private driveway should this project move forward as currently planned. Lastly, as a homeowner, I believe that the current development plans as submitted will adversely affect the value of our properties. Bexley has earned an outstanding reputation both locally and nationally, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure that any development aligns with our community's character and values. If I can now ask my fellow residents to stand. In conclusion, to my esteemed members of the Planning and Zoning Board, you hold a crucial role in our community. You are entrusted to uphold the law and safeguard the interests of our city and its residents. I implore you to remain true to the pledge you made when taking office. We rely on your wisdom and judgment to guide us through these critical decisions. I respectfully request that you carefully consider the impact this proposed development may have on our community. Let us work together to maintain Bexley's esteemed reputation and ensure that any changes align with our shared values and concerns. Thank you for your time and your dedication to our city.
Thank you very much, Mr. Diamond. Are you sure you're not a lawyer? That was pretty good. Mr. Roush?
Some handout.
Sure. We'll pass them around. Thank you.
My name is John Roush. I also live at the Alexander.
Okay, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give us this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Tell us your perspective, Mr. Roush.
I'm simply following up on what Mr. Diamond said.
Okay.
With some photographs of how we must access our garages on the private driveway. I own both an inside garage underneath the building and a detached garage, so I have experience with both of them.
Okay.
The first page of the photograph shows that cars that are coming in from Parkview Avenue that turn into our main garage must use the north lane that's in that driveway, which could, with higher volume, have cars exiting at that point, which means that they may have to wait on Parkview even longer to get into where they can make a proper turning radius to get into that garage. You can see that the minimum that is shown on the first page photograph. for the detached garages, of which there are 8, in order to get in or out of those, you either have to back out, or if you've backed in, you have to pull out, and you have to do so blindly with some help currently. And that's not too bad because there's not too much traffic. And with a little somebody to assist you, or in my case, I set a traffic cone out into the driveway, but it allows me to back up into the driveway into using both lanes, turning around, waiting for my garage door to close, and then moving on. But this does tie up traffic if there would be more traffic in that driveway from this development. The third page shows some of the additional uses that we are required to make of that driveway. For example, it shows moving trucks that are there to move cars in. This happens on a very frequent basis. You'd be surprised how many people move in and out of a condo. We also have people delivering heavy type appliances and things like that, installations and remodels, and they end up parking right there in order to enter the building and use the freight elevator. This blocks one lane sometimes for hours, sometimes for days. The other thing that we have is we have cranes that have to be placed around the building in order to service the roof. And twice a year, we do window washing and balcony washing, and cranes have to be positioned there and moved and block one lane. So it's more than just a private driveway. It is a private driveway that is fairly easy to use now and has not really caused any problem with the 60 or so residences that are in the Trinity building. That's it.
Okay. Mr. Roush, thank you very much. I appreciate your perspective. Ms. Rosenthal, please. Give us your name. Those things bend down there a little bit.
Yeah.
I know mine's short too. I got to put mine down. Your
My
name
name
is?
is Maria Rosenthal.
Okay, Maria, do you swear or affirm that any testimony you're about to give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please tell us your thoughts about this project.
Sure. My name is Maria Rosenthal, and with my husband, Stephen, own and reside in a unit of the Alexander at 500 South Parkview Avenue. My unit windows and balcony face east and north of the second floor level of the second floor level of the Alexander, the lowest residential floor above our garage.
Okay.
At present, the east side of our building has morning sunshine, full day daylight, and a view of treetops, as well as a section of the parking lot and the north and west two-story buildings of the Trinity complex, softened by mature honey locust and other trees. Looking at the proposed development plan for the Trinity site, we see a north-south through road that appears to be only 10 feet away from our windows and balcony, and a 5 or 6 story building spanning most of the length of the site and much closer to the Alexander. These will affect us directly in terms of noise due to vehicle and service truck traffic along the proposed road, the proposed public parking garage, and along the Alexander private driveway, which in the proposed plan is turned into a public street. Light pollution due to lighting of the building and vehicle lights entering and exiting the garage, and significant blocking of daylight due to the height of the proposed buildings. The proximity of the public road and building structures also creates a safety hazard and loss of privacy at our property. In addition, the current pedestrian access to the shops at Bexley Square, City Hall, and Giant Eagle seems to be eliminated by the proposed structure, which does not show any kind of pedestrian access across the site. And as the proposed plan shows additional cuts to the sidewalk on Main Street, that alternative is not necessarily safe for pedestrians. We believe that the proposed plan will have a negative effect on the property value of our unit. And while redevelopment of the site is welcome and necessary, I ask that the issues raised and concerns of homeowners, myself, and co-condominium owners at the Alexander be addressed with care and fairness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was also exactly 3 minutes, I want you to know, so I appreciate it very much. You got a lot into a short period of time. All right. Ms. Landon? Your name, please, for the record.
Jane Landon.
Jane, do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this board this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Please tell us your thoughts on this matter.
I've been a resident of Bexley for 25 years. For the past 7 years, my husband and I have resided at the Alexander condominium. When my husband and I made the decision to downsize from our freestanding home, it became clear that we had a strong desire to remain in the Bexley neighborhood and enjoy the relative tranquility that this community provided. Currently, my unit at the Alexander is located on the southwest corner on the 5th floor of the building. This location provides me with a bird's eye view of the intersection of Main Street and Parkview Avenue, as well as Main Street. What I have observed is a notable increase in traffic along Main Street, especially during the rush hours. Many drivers are turning off of Main Street onto Parkview to avoid the traffic lights at Parkview, College, and Drexel Avenues. As the city has instituted traffic calming measures on one street, the effect has been increased traffic onto other Bexley streets. This has resulted in increased traffic noise and the smell of exhaust fumes. Another concern of mine with the increased traffic on Parkview, it has become increasingly difficult when exiting the Alexander private driveway onto Parkview. It's very difficult to make that left-hand turn. In reviewing the plans for the proposed mixed-use building, I'm concerned that this will only create additional traffic congestion in this Bexley Gateway area. Also, looking specifically at the proposed ingress and egress for the building, folks will quickly learn that the most direct way to access the property will be by the Parkview Avenue and the Alexander private driveway. The private driveway will soon become a main thoroughfare. Additionally, drivers will discover they can actually travel from Drexel Avenue through the driveways and parking lots of the Giant Eagle, Bexley Square, Trinity Site, and Alexander Condo to Parkview Avenue, thus avoiding the traffic lights on Main Street. This traffic congestion will undoubtedly have a negative effect on my property values. Another aspect of the traffic congestion that I'd like to address is pedestrian traffic. There is a strong pedestrian presence at the Bexley Gateway. It is wonderful to live in an area that has high walkability. Many residents residing in Parkview Arms, apartments, the Westland Avenue Townhouse, use Parkview Avenue and the Alexander private driveway to access the many shops, restaurants, theater that Main Street offers. As I've seen in the past, when the parking lot at Trinity was open to Capital students, we saw an increase in traffic on the Alexander private drive. This became a safety concern for many of us that frequently walk this area. Speed bumps were installed in the driveway, as well as pedestrian crosswalk signs. Again, in reviewing the proposed plans for this project, which will provide additional parking at this site, I am concerned that this will undoubtedly result in increased motor vehicle traffic on the Alexander private driveway and making for unsafe passage for pedestrians, both in the driveway as well as crossing the driveway on Parkview Avenue. As someone who is frequently walking their dog in this area, I'm concerned for my safety as well as my dog's safety. I would ask, what meaningful pedestrian and public amenity space is this project providing? Finally, I would like to thank BZAP for the opportunity to voice my concerns about the proposed redevelopment.
No, thank you for coming tonight and telling us what you think. It's quite important for us to hear these things. Ms. Bundy.
Good evening.
How are you?
Well,
Good. Give me your name, please.
it's Nicole Bundy.
All right. Ms. Bundy, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give this board this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you very
And
much.
I'm not a lawyer, so I don't
Well,
know how
all right.
precise I'll be. I'm just a doctor.
We'll
So
cut you some
we'll-
slack. Don't
more-
worry.
more pretty. So I am a 13-year resident in Bexley, married to a Bexley native, and we live with our 3 children on South Columbia Avenue. I'm also an owner of a unit at the Alexander. And like the others we've heard from, I share serious concerns that the proposed development project will have detrimental effects on not just the immediate area, but the larger neighborhood as a whole. I come to this as a stakeholder from three perspectives. So first, my mother-in-law, Liz, who is here with us, a 48-year resident of Bexley, recently moved into the Alexander, and I'm worried about the negative impact this development would have on her quality of life. When she recognized it was time to downsize, as a family, we encouraged her to move to the Alexander and purchased a unit for her there because as it stands now, it's so well suited for retirement living. It's quiet and allows her to safely walk, as we've heard, to many of Bexley's amenities. And critically for Liz, the neighborhood as it stands now allows her 7 grandchildren who live in the area to walk and ride their bikes to visit her. And I can't see how that won't change with the addition of the current proposal, 200 apartments, all the retail space, et cetera. Secondly, as I mentioned, I am the condo owner and I share Maria's concerns about the impact this development would have on the unit's property value. As shown in published studies, the situation in Bexley, specifically on Main between South Parkview and South Drexel, puts this city already at or very near the inflection point where increased density has a negative impact on property value. And that directly affects all of us as property owners. In addition, it has effects on the desirability of future investment in these properties. And finally, and most importantly, I'm deeply worried that the proposal fundamentally changes the nature of our neighborhood. My extended family collectively owns and lives in 5 residential properties in Bexley. We have made very deliberate decisions to raise our children here and retire here because Bexley, as we know, is a remarkably special place, a walkable, bikeable, peaceful neighborhood. How many of us have kids who've learned to ride their bikes on these streets and then immediately begged to ride to Grader's for ice cream? And we allowed them, but that answer would have been a categorical no with a more congested neighborhood. My tweens now love to go to the smoothie shop and they get boba tea and they go to Giant Eagle. This proposal, with the volume of traffic it comes with, will make the entire area too congested to ensure the safety for our children as pedestrians and bicyclists. Furthermore, the impact of this development is not limited to the Alexander and Bexley Square and Gateway. As I mentioned, I live on South Columbia Avenue near CSG. Every day I see young girls walking and riding their bikes to school. They come from all around Bexley. And I have already seen some really close calls with cars speeding down Columbia and rolling through stop signs. It's our responsibility to keep these girls safe. South Columbia will inevitably become a thoroughfare from the Bryden egress down to Broad Street. And that's simply incompatible with keeping our neighborhoods safe for our kids. We all have a choice where we live and spend our tax dollars. We choose Bexley because it's Bexley. A 200+ unit rental apartment building with commercial spaces placed in our already mature, busy Main Street will inevitably change the character of our cherished community and remove it from, in my opinion, its place as the best neighborhood for a family to raise their kids and then retire in Columbus. So I urge the developers to rethink their plan and the board to ensure that development of the Trinity site is compatible with the immediate, intermediate, and long-term wants and needs of current and future Bexley residents. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Mr. Gross, are you speaking as a resident or as an attorney for somebody here?
Well, I'm a retired attorney whose license
has expired
is in cold storage. So
I'll swear you in. How's that? Just to be safe. Do you swear or affirm, Mr. Gross, that that the testimony you give us this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. It should be noted, you're the former Bexley City attorney. For those of them that
among
not know.
other high crimes and misdemeanors. Good evening. My wife Sue and I live in the Alexander at 500 South Parkview Avenue. Our unit is on the northeast corner of the building, directly next to the Trinity Apartments property. In fact, we're 2 stories up from our neighbors and friends, the Rosenthals. When we decided, my wife Sue grew up, a little background here. My wife Sue grew up on College Avenue in Pleasant Ridge and graduated from Bexley High School and Capital University. And in fact, I think Mr. Cass would confirm that there were times that he played basketball with Sue's brother in the house on Pleasant Ridge. Is that a true story? Part of the urban legend. In 1970, we bought our first Bexley home. So while I am not an original Bexleyite, I've been a resident for over 50 years. When we decided to move from our single family home in 2021, we purchased a unit in the Alexander because we believe and consider Bexley as our home and Bexley as our community. We did not want to leave, even though our children, we have no children living in town. We love it here. Having experienced the decline of the Trinity of this property up close and personal, Sue and I support the redevelopment. Since the developer was announced, when the developer was announced, I called Frank. And since that time, we've had a very open dialogue. Frank has graciously furnished us copies of the plans. We agree, I think, on a few things, disagree on probably a longer list at this point. But I do want to acknowledge and thank Frank for the line of communication that he's been willing to establish. This, as they say, this isn't personal. I think it might be helpful if I could share a few details about the Alexander. You know, everybody assumes, well, you know about us and what we are. But just for the record and for your information, I think this is relevant to your decision making. First, we're solely a residential building. And yes, our building is 5 stories. But we only have 31 units and 43 residents, and our first floor parking garage is limited to residents and is a secure space. The Alexander, like the adjacent single-family homes. Oops. Am I already at 3 minutes? Okay. I'll wrap it up.
We'll cut you some slack here. Just go
Well,
ahead.
just a little. I'm speaking too slowly. The Alexander, like the adjacent single-family homes on South Parkview and Brighton, simply would be overwhelmed by this proposal of a single 5-story building of this size. Looking out from our balcony, I mean, virtually the only thing we will see is the building. Second, as you know, we're a condominium. Well, what does that mean? You know, we're owners, we're not renters. Just like a owner of a single family home, we've all made a significant personal investment in our unit. And we pay real estate taxes and other taxes as the city of Bexley.
Sure.
Third, I think we need to keep in mind that senior housing has been and still is an issue. As one of the few real alternative housing options for empty nesters, we believe the Alexander is a real asset to our community. To demonstrate that, almost all of our residents have either lived in Bexley for a long time, and if that's not the case, they have specifically moved to Bexley in order to be near their children, grandchildren, or other family members. I'd say that's pure Bexley. This is what Bexley is about. So, ending, for Sue and me, we're concerned that the current plan is not in character or compatible with the adjacent residential uses. We believe it will negatively affect the value of our investment and the enjoyment of living in our unit, as has already been described in detail by our neighbors. In closing, I would like to invite the board, if you're interested, to come over and visit our building. Come and view what we, from our units, the property. We'd be glad to have you come. And so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gross. We appreciate it. All right. How many more speakers do we have that like to speak either for or against this proposal so I can get some idea? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I think we need to take about a 5-minute break though for the board members so that we can, yes, sir.
Heard a lot of things here. These nice folks, many of whom I know, actually took an oath to tell the truth. But some of them weren't really listening apparently to what I said. I would just like to have the same 3 minutes to straighten a few things out before I forget.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you'll have a chance to, yeah.
By
you'll have
that
a-
time, I'll forget the guys from the beginning.
Yeah, no, we have you'll have an opportunity at the end to recount, but I just think that a 5-minute break, which won't take very long, it would be appropriate at this time. Okay.
That's good.
What?
Well, okay, so there's three. I know.
Last year, yeah, we learned out South Hampton last year. And I got something about like they're gonna say about it.
That sounds. Oh. I'm out running. Honestly, it's a, it's. All right, well, 5 minutes always. I think it's 5 minutes. Yeah, anything. No. They're good in their box. Talking to her right now. Yeah, right. Oh, yeah, I'm not. Well, once they. We'll get the show on the road. How's it going, ma'am? Nice to see you. All right, we're gonna get started in 1 minute. 1 minute, we'll start. It's cool in here. Thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you. And your name?
Good evening, Melaine Rothy. I am an attorney.
Well, you know what? Who are you representing somebody? That's the
No,
question.
I represent myself.
Okay, you so represent yourself. So you're a resident. Where do you live?
Correct. I live on South Columbia, 374 South Columbia, the little red house. The little red farmhouse.
Okay, I
affectionately
got
known
you.
as.
I got you.
Okay.
And how close to Bryden are you?
6 or 7 houses
All right.
from Bryden.
That's
So
close
I will be very quick.
I want to swear you in anyway,
That's fine.
because do you swear or affirm that any of the testimony you give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much.
I will be very brief.
Thank you.
My wife and I moved here approximately 16 months ago.
Okay.
Our daughter and
Welcome.
thank you. Our daughter, who is the sister-in-law of Nicole Bundy, who spoke recently.
Oh, all right.
Our daughter and son-in-law bought the house in Bexley for us because they live on the Columbus side of Bexley on Park Avenue. And because Nikki and Bill live at the other end, and mother-in-law Liz lived on Fair, she now lives at the Alexander. So we are
Okay.
all very close.
I need a
And-
family tree before you're done, if you don't
Correct.
mind.
Yes, yes. There'll be a quiz at the end. But my concern is the egress onto Brighton will, the little tiny jog goes right onto South Columbia.
Yes.
And that's the thoroughfare with no light at the other end to Broad Street.
Right.
And once again, someone mentioned earlier about avoiding the lights on South Main. People are going to go South Columbia to avoid the light on the Broad Street end because there's lights on the other.
Are
two
not
streets.
on the other two streets.
Correct.
Yeah.
So that's my concern. And
Yeah.
we moved here because it's Bexley.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
That's all I have.
I'm glad you did. And hopefully this will all work out for everybody's benefit, but
Thank
it doesn't work out for everybody's benefit if we don't hear what is happening and how it impacts you, that you're actually living there, and how it impacts the people who are developing a property both. So we need to hear both sides, and this is quite helpful.
Absolutely.
Thank you for
Thank
coming
you.
tonight. All right, row 2. Let's see. Ma'am? And your name, please?
My name is Gloria Higgins.
And Gloria, where do you live?
I live right over there at 2202 Bryden.
Oh, right
It's on the other side of the street.
on the north side,
Yes, on the
looking
north side.
toward Maine.
Yes,
Thank you. Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give us this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Tell us what you think.
I came over here tonight just to see what was going on, and with an open mind. And the more and more I hear, the more horrified I become, because I am a pediatrician.
Okay.
I've retired. I've lived 25 years in Bexley. And I am seeing 500 cars and 500 people pouring out onto our streets where there are no traffic lights and children are playing. I don't have any children now, but I do have grandchildren who visit sometimes. And there are other families who live along the street and who do have children.
Sure.
And I am just horrified by what could happen to our children. And children have been my life.
Right.
And it's just too much. It's too big. The whole thing could be solved if this was a third the size or a half the size, but there are too many people and not enough space in this area. So I just plead with you who have power over what happens in Bexley. Don't do this. We're going to be having dead children and dead grandchildren. And that's the last thing I want. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Come on. Did you get out of the trap back there? Yes. Sir, your name?
Mark Parrish. I am a resident at 640 Eau Claire, about 3 blocks east of here, just by the library.
Okay. Would you?
Yeah.
Swear or affirm that any testimony you give this board this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and last less than 3 minutes?
I swear to tell the truth, and I hope to be under 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I just want to declare up front, I am an architect. I work in commercial design, I
Mhm.
am in some ways a competitor to the applicant here.
Okay.
And so I want to disclose that just to be fair to the applicant,
Sure.
the owner of the property and the community, just in terms of kind of coloring where my commentary is coming from here.
You work for a particular company or
Yeah, I
yourself?
work for NBBJ. It's a
Okay.
commercial firm downtown.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
I've been a resident of Bexley for about 6 years.
Okay.
I think by and large, the theory of this project is a wonderful idea. I'm in full support of doing a development on this site. I'm not in support of doing the development in this way. I'm not going to focus. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Is this better?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
better. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
You're taller than the last speaker.
Nope, never heard that. I am going to focus actually on the public right of way and then the overall massing of the project. I want to contextualize this. I think this is a generational opportunity for Bexley. This is a gateway moment to our community and really to the entire Main Street corridor. And I think we need to be thinking about it in that way. I think it's really problematic that the massing of this project is pancake flat and does not respond in any way to the different context that it relates to. Same scale at the north end with the rear yards of Bryden, same scale on Main Street, same scale to the west, same scale to Bexley Square here. I think that's really problematic. And I think this is one of the instances where in trying to stay within our design guidelines, right, and the conformance to those guidelines, we're going to stay at four levels and be good. We don't have to ask for a variance. What's ending up happening is our edge conditions are really problematic for the neighbors to the north. It's too big for those homes. And then to the south here, we're right up against the right of way. And I think we need to think about what a public good means in that context. I will never subscribe to the idea that ripping 40 to 70-year-old plane trees out of that right of way and the beautiful canopy that provides, the consistency of that canopy through the entire Main Street corridor and the gateway that provides to this community, it makes any sense to rip that out to build to a lot line because our design standards say we should do that. There's many ways we could hold the building back at the south end, a couple feet, 15 feet, not disrupt those roots and still build this development. And it would do wonders to descale the overall presence of this development at the public edge here. That could even be held back in cantilevers so they don't lose, development of units above. I think it's a real problem that there's no porosity for pedestrians through this site. I mean, we have buildings that are relatively this scale vertically within Bexley. We have nothing like this in terms of an enclosed insular footprint. This is a community. And this building does not represent what it means to be a part of this larger community. It is entirely too insular, and it is a community unto itself, which I find highly problematic for the overall kind of values and just the basic development pattern that is taken on over time here in Bexley. And I think that needs to be rethought. I think the alleyway to the north is extremely problematic. It's totally undersized and makes no sense. I think there's other ways to resolve that. And then I would question that whether 4 stories actually make sense. I know this seems antithetical to the idea of that scale being problematic, but I could easily see this development going to 5 stories through the center of the site here and descaling to 3 or 4 stories at the edges, achieving the exact same number of units. And I think it would resolve a lot of the issues around daylight access, shadow impacts, and just overall, kind of monolithic density of the development. And I think I feel like I had one more point I wanted to make here, and really just use. I think as we start to think about what's within the building, I think the retail is really important, obviously, on Main Street. I think I've spoken to the right of way, but also the slope of that right of way is not always great for retail. And I think being really sensitive to, the ability for people to truly use that space and not have it become a pass-through space to get up the hill over time and be a lost opportunity. And I think pulling back and having opportunities to terrace that in some meaningful way so it can actually be usable and support that retail environment is really important. And then I think above that, as I hear this is going to be 3-story units along the public face here, that almost ensures that there's going to be no activation of a 5-story facade on the public right of way, which I find problematic if you're going to build at this scale. I feel like I could go all night, but I think
Yeah.
that's probably the greatest hits. And I really appreciate the opportunity to do this. And I hope I was fair to the applicant and my kind of design partners here in the larger community. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I like that word porosity. You're gonna have to tell me what that means later, but I think I know what it means. That was a good word. Sir, would you come forward? Please don't use porosity in here.
I'm not a lawyer, so I
No,
can't
you're not a
speak
lawyer.
those words.
He's an architect, so you know.
Is this microphone good? I'll work into it. Alex Silverman, 683 Vernon Road, Bexley, Ohio, 43209.
All right. Alex, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give this evening is going to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Tell us your perspective.
First off, thank you for the time. Thank you for this evening. I know it's going on 2.5 hours. Listening to the residents, I come from South Bexley, so I think their points are valid and have concerns to them. I come from the food and retail industry professionally, and I was wondering if we've identified staff amounts for the retail spaces and parking involved for the staff. I know the Gateway has the parking lot behind it that usually fills up very fast from a mixture of people coming to the restaurants and the staff that parks there. I believe that they said there was going to be 12,000 square feet of medical office space above. What's the plan for the staff in those businesses to park on top of the residents? I think looking at these site plans, I would like to see a more defined identification of what's going to be for residents of the apartment building, what's going to be available for public for Bexley, what's going to be available for the staff that works at these buildings. How are we building in a plan to address all that? I know that Jason talked about the design, the Main Street design, about having these connected easements, so parking lots flow into parking lots. You can get from Drexel onto Parkview, going through parking lots, going through thoroughways. How are we identifying that for this project? Another question I have is, I see there's two buildings. What's between the two? Is that public space? Is that private? Is it fenced in? Is it inclusive to anybody coming? Or is it resident only? How are we flowing for the commerce coming there, for the families coming from other areas of Bexley? Because that's additional flow with the retail space to accommodate this area as a gateway. I will finish up saying that I agree that redevelopment is needed in this space. Commercial business is good for our city. Mr. Cass saying that Hudson 29 signed on is huge. Cameron Mitchell is the top premier restaurateur for our city. So it's exciting to hear that that is an interest for them to come here. But I want to make sure that we can identify the use for everybody to have for this redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I know there was a gentleman in the hall. We have two. Either one of you. Thank you. Sir, your name and where you live?
Yes, my name is Spencer Cahoon. I live at 800 South Cassingham.
800 South Cassingham. Okay. Which is where in juxtaposition of Main Street?
It's essentially halfway between Main Street and Livingston.
Okay. Would you raise your right hand? And you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please tell us what you think.
I want to take a minute just to focus on parking for this property as proposed right now. One, I want to note, I think this is a great development opportunity. I love that a local Bexley resident, a longtime resident who has some understanding of the community and investment in it, is involved in the redevelopment process. And I'd like to take a minute just to celebrate that. So thank you for your involvement, both in our community here and previously. And I think this is going to end up in a great place with some tweaks. Right now, where we're at, I heard the development team saying there's 218 units and there's about 220 spots for that residential, and that's about right. That's unfortunately very out of keeping with what our parking standards are for Main Street development. And I think it's surprising that the development team would make such a comment. The parking standards for Main Street development require that at a minimum 1.5 parking spots per residential unit are required. And that means in this circumstance, as currently drafted, there would need to be 327 parking spots for the residential alone. The parking structure itself, as currently drafted, has only 269 spots with 44 rear surface spots in addition to that, When you put those together, that's even less parking than would be necessary as a minimum for the residential. And then to talk about this, I won't get into TIFs and things and whether it's a public good or what have you. But if there is the intent for there to be broader public use for this, and there's only just enough to satisfy the needs of the residential tenants, and that's not to speak of the business interest, people would be visiting the restaurant, the people would be using the other retail spaces, then we're looking at least basically an additional 50 parking spots that would be necessary to meet the minimum standards, not the extra that you might say, this is sufficient to provide excess for gateway tenants or tenants here at Bexley Square or around those areas to come and use it. Not even getting into that, just the minimum to meet the needs of the property as the development is currently drafted. That's to say 1 in 6 spots that would be necessary under our rules is absent. 1 in 6. That's a huge amount of parking that's just not on the table at all. Now, I'm sure there's a way to adjust that, to put in more parking instead of residential, or to shift around the number of units, because as you change that, obviously the necessary amount of parking shifts as well. But right now, you're talking about how there's going to be all this extra ingress and egress and people coming. There's also going to be a lot of people searching for parking and parking somewhat permanently on the surrounding streets, in the grocery store parking lot in Bexley Square, because as it's drafted, there simply isn't enough parking for the planned use of the space. So I would really like to see some sort of change made to adjust that parking to be in keeping with the standards that we have codified for what we expect for new development in the Bexley corridor. And thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming and giving us your perspective. Sir, there you go.
How are you today?
Oh, good. Thank you. Your name, sir, is?
Don Marshner,
And Don, where do you live?
2250 Bryden,
Okay, you're right there.
right down the street.
Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give us this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I've been looking at this project over the last couple of weeks.
Mhm.
So basically I've got questions. I come from work for a developer, so I've got architecture and construction background, been
Mhm.
doing this for 40 years.
Okay.
So I have a pretty good feel for what we're doing here. I'm very pro development.
Okay.
My livelihood is part of that process.
Sure.
So looking at the drawings, I have a couple of questions and hopefully these guys can address some.
We're going to give them a chance to answer a lot of questions for sure.
Relative, and again, very eloquently spoken to relative to the parking variance.
Mhm.
He explained it and addressed it much more eloquently than I can.
He was
But
well prepared.
He was. So my concern, obviously living on Bryden, is overflow. We're talking about a pretty significant variance request that will be addressed at some point during this process.
Mhm.
80 to 90 spaces from what I remember looking at.
Okay.
So that's a concern, obviously. And the reason I'm asking specifically about it is as it relates to the other developments here, the Bexley Square. I don't know if there were any variances that were required or requested as part of that redevelopment.
I don't know either.
Okay, so I think that's a valid point that we should be looking at.
Mhm.
I also thinking of Giant Eagle. I've been living on Bryden for 23 years and saw that development go in.
Sure.
I was very excited about it. It was a great,
Sure.
help. Didn't have to shop at Kroger's anymore. Anyways, I didn't know if there's a variance that was attached to that development. So my concern is that if there were,
Mhm.
we're already talking about not having an appropriate amount of parking, let's say, for those two developments, and then piling on, if you will, of another fairly significant variance request that's going to be required. So we're talking about obviously sharing parking spaces and overlap and, being able to utilize those other parking areas, I think needs to be addressed holistically from that perspective.
Mhm.
Okay. Next, the traffic study and parking study. Is that, you said it was just made available or just received
Today, yeah.
So is that information going to be available for
It didn't come in till
I
after
understand. I just want to
5.
make sure it's going to be public access to be able to review it and take a look at it as part of this.
We don't know
process.
these things, so, we can't answer those questions.
Well, but it does become
What-
part of
what
the
you're
public
saying
record, I
is-
would expect,
What
right?
you're saying is you'd like to have that happen.
That's correct. So just like the drawings are available, I'm hoping that
Any drawings that are uploaded, we put them on the public website.
yeah, so that you guys will be reviewing that, I would imagine, at some point, and hoping that we can have access to that as well. I'd like to be able to review that and see how it, how it affects specifically Bryden, but obviously the Alexander and the Bexley Square and everything else I would expect, and Main Street especially. My other next question would be relative to the change in the design. I had looked at it previously with the previous design with two buildings, much less massing, if you will, and was surprised today when I looked at it again to see a much different proposal. So I was wondering why the difference.
Okay. I don't know the answer to that either, but we'll address all those things when they get a chance to rebut here.
Because obviously, this is one large building versus two smaller buildings with a connector driveway in between from the previous design.
Sure.
So I'd like to understand why we're looking at a different direction now.
Sure.
Let's see. Oh, the access point for Bryden. I thought I was told previously, or maybe this was incorrect, so I wanted to get clarification on it. The access point to Bryden, the drive there, the single drive. I was told at one point that was going to be just pedestrian. And now it's obviously being proposed as traffic or exiting traffic.
That seems to be.
So I don't know if that's changed as well, or if that's something that obviously is going in a different direction, let's say, than what we thought was going to happen previously.
Your 3 minutes is gone, so you're gonna have to come to a wrap up here. I'm cutting some slack.
Yeah, I understand. So again, impacting, understanding the traffic on the other sites is important to me. I think that's it. I'll leave it at that. Okay.
Thanks very much for
Thank you.
coming down. We appreciate it. All right. Do I have any more hands or arms, or you're coming up here? All right. I wasn't sure what you were doing, but you came charging in the room good. So I figured that you were interested. Your name is?
Angela Yak.
And Angela, where do you live?
I live on 2240 Bryden Road.
Okay. Put you right there. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Tell us what you think there from Bryden Road.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to Frank and his wife for their involvement and commitment to Bexley. I know that there is a housing crisis in Franklin County, and I appreciate him trying to build it, and they will come to Bexley. But as far as the project details in itself, there has to be some modifications. There's several of us here in this room that have children that go to Cassingham. When we first moved here, the grades was K through 6, now it's K through 5th. There used to be 3 sections for each grade. There are now 4 sections. There are classrooms for the elementary. There are now in the middle school. So it is a problem here in Central Bexley. They do not have that case in Montrose or at Maryland, but this property is going to be in Central. So where are these kids going to go? We are busting at the seams. I just wanted to remind the committee that parking on Bryden is only in the evenings after 6 p.m. and on weekends, and you can only park on the south side of the street. There is no parking on the north side. And part of that is because it ends up being a cut through. It's a cut through between Parkview and Drexel. Again, we've talked numerous times about avoiding the traffic lights on Main. When the Giant Eagle project went up, we were very involved in the traffic studies. We had asked for speed humps, bumps, whatever you'd like to call them. And the city declined that because we were told they do not like to install those in the city because of when it's winter and the salt trucks and service vehicles. I would like to also remind you that Bexley is proud to be a high walkability community, and that on the weekends and in the mornings and in evenings, Short Bryden, as I've referred to it for many, many years, I like to say I coined that, but I'm not sure. But people use that to get to Wolf Park. They use that to get from, south to central, north to central, come and sit on my porch and have coffee at 9 a.m. on Saturday. I mean, hundreds of people pass by. And how do we keep that safe for the runners? How do we keep it safe for the bicyclists? How do we keep it safe for children? I've seen my children who are grade school children been hit almost probably 4 times because of cars that speed through there and a soccer ball or a basketball or a hockey puck goes across the street. Now we're asking to take the load. You're asking the residents of Brighton Road to take the load for Bexley for this development. And it is going to cost, it's going to be safety issues. It's going to be traffic. And, you know, that is a large burden. And, you know, houses on that street, there's some, you know, large ones that are probably $1 million and you have smaller ones that are probably, you know, 500,000, but it's going to affect the investment. And I just ask you also to look at the cut through. That is a walking path. That is where people cut through to go to Giant Eagle to shop. They use it to get to the Drexel Theater. They use that to get to Mushi Sushi. They go to Rusty Bucket. It is Brighton. It's the Parkview folks. It's the Columbia folks. It's the Drexel folks. There is not a lot of parking there. It is just one lane. And that is really becoming a pedestrian alley. And so you're going to take that away and that's going to affect the businesses. So I just ask you to walk on Brighton. I ask you to walk on that path and see how this is going to affect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak? I don't see any hands. Okay. I think what we could do, Mr. Cash, you can decide how you want to organize it, but you certainly have a chance to answer some of these questions and discuss some of the issues that were raised, or you could have anybody in your team, however you want to do
kind of a sequence that I'd like to go through, and then some of the details
Sure.
my professionals can do. Okay, if I stay right here?
Absolutely, yeah.
Can you hear me here? All right. So first of all, I've been doing this a long time, and I actually, whereas I'm particularly aggravated at Jim Gross, I'm appreciative of the comments everybody's making. And I'm not unconscious of understanding what a development of this size and kind has in terms of impact. I get that. All right. Having said that, I'll go back to the first person that spoke, who lives on Brighton and said, I never talked to him. I was instructed by the city at the time to deal with the Alexander as a whole through Jim, who had approached me and the mayor when we were named the buyer, and not at this point till meetings begin to get involved, because there's many of you on Brighton. There's now the people on Columbia Circle that came, and then people from up and down the road. And I'm not a door-to-door kind of guy that can either take that amount of time or know exactly what everybody's grievances are, other than to know that when we walked in here at about 1:15, I didn't think you were all here to support me. So let me give some context to what I'm going to say. My mother named me Frank for a reason. So if I insult anybody with what I'm going to say, I apologize in advance. Bexley is an older community with a lot of older people. I'm near the top of that list. Okay. Gross is a year older than I am. I understand that communities like this become comfort havens for people to stay here. We chose to stay here when we sold our house. I was, so you know, at a city council meeting one night till 2:30 in the morning, and Giuseppe stayed open because he was going back and forth to get my little condo approved on Main and Cassidy, and they didn't let the elevator get to the top floor because it would be almost as high as the Alexander was. Okay, you were at the meeting. So I get the process. The problem with Bexley, and I love Bexley, and I stayed in Bexley, and all of you have, is that it's not welcoming to young people that graduated high school here, went to Ohio State or away to college at Miami or NYU or wherever they went, and then they come back, and there's no place for young people to live within the city. And so they don't. And so they go to live in Upper Arlington, they go to live in the Short North, they live in German Village, they live in apartments all over, they live in New Albany. We don't keep them when they get back living in our city. Now, they might move back when they get married and have kids, but that is years later, or they might choose Grandview, is that where you grew up? Or Arlington? Arlington ends up in Bexley, you know? So it's like, we do not have, and communities die, clubs die, if they don't start regenerating people with high school and college degrees that want to come back and live in those communities and support those communities. And so I clearly understand the comfort of being our age, your all age. And I don't mean that all of you are my age. I get that. Don't mean to insult you. But we need to provide places for young folks. Now, you can take a look at all the apartments that were being built here over the years. Now, right on the other side of Alexander, I don't know what those are called. We call them Parkview, whatever, right? Parkview Arms, I don't know what. As crazy as this sounds, I got married in 1965 in December, and I moved into a one-bedroom just as it was being built. And, 2 months later, my wife got pregnant, moved out, and we went to Wyandotte East, then came back to Bexley as soon as we could. There were no places really. And then that turned out to be a place for people that are my age now, not that were my age then. You got to bring your young people back. I know people that live in Alexander that don't have one kid that came back to Columbus, Ohio, or to live in Bexley. This is important for Bexley to have a generation of high school and college graduates that get jobs in Columbus, Ohio, that can actually live here before they get married, before they have kids. Now I'm going to segue. I want to address the kids question that somebody brought up, the school district. I don't remember who it was. If this community that'll have 250 people living in it, if this community has 5 children of school age, that would be a world record. Okay, school age kids don't live in these kind of apartments. To begin with, almost 70% of them are 1-bedroom apartments. Okay. The 2-bedroom apartments will normally be 2 roommates, or there'll be a bedroom and an office. You don't, and they might end up having a baby here that sleeps in a crib in their room until a year or 6 months or whatever's going on. These aren't apartments with kids in them. And the school district knows that. By the way, Jason said 7 hours ago, or whenever we started this meeting, that those units now are being occupied by people from Columbus State, and they actually have kids in the Bexley schools right now. Okay, in apartments that pay no real estate taxes toward that school. So it's like, we're going to put young folks in here. We'll put some folks in here that want a 3-floor apartment. We get that. One of the things on my mind, I'm going to go all over the place. There was an architect who spoke a few minutes ago. I don't know if he's still here or not. I thought he was very eloquent, and you all clapped for him, but he was an advocate of the same density. He just wanted it to go higher and a little lower next to you. Not going to solve anybody's traffic problem. Same number of people, same number of cars. Everybody clapped for him. Okay, I don't hear anybody clapping for me. So it's like, but so he wasn't against our project. He's a development person, and so now I'm going to go into the trash dumpster business. Okay, we have designed this building to have dumpsters within our garage that feed down by a chute, like probably your buildings do, from your apartment, 4th floor, 3rd floor, 2nd floor, into a chute. And I think 8 locations, or I can't remember how many. Our management staff, the staff that runs the building, will take the trash from those dumpsters and put it into a compactor. Okay. And not the world's noisiest compactor, and it's not right next to anyone's home. It's separated by vegetation and many, many feet behind it. And it's also not right by the drive, and it's not by the back windows of the condominiums. It was put where we thought it would be the best. Mr. Gross, Jim mentioned to me that the Rumpke trucks come through his property. I called the mayor. I said, Mayor, when we get this done, Rumpke trucks picking up your trash on the Bexley lot will have to go through the Bexley lot, not through here. They're not going to come through the property. So we're trying to address all these problems as they come up. But here's what you have to understand. Some of you are Bryden and Columbia and north of the property, and you don't want anything going out to the north. The rest of you are at the Alexander, and you don't want anything going out to the west. And the problem is, whereas people are going to like our apartments, they probably want to leave once in a while. And so what we've tried to provide here is 5 ways in and out, 5 ways in and out. In terms of parking and the people addressing the parking problem, okay? Hopefully you don't have many meetings like this, that this many people show up. So this parking lot was filled tonight. But many nights this parking lot's empty. And I assure you, when it's empty, one of the first places that someone eating at the Hudson 29 are going to park is in this lot as close to Main Street as they can, because we're all the same. When we drive up to the Giant Eagle and are aggravated that there's so many handicap spaces because we'd like one of them because they're by the front door, okay? Everybody wants to park near where they are. So there's going to be, this has 81 parking places over here. Now, we've shown a plan that could make maybe a little more, but let's say 81 parking places. We have, Ryan, on our site, how many? 320, not the 240 the gentleman said, 300, and that includes the ones at the back that are not in the garage, but are on the surface. By the way, the exact same surface that everybody that walks from the Alexander to Giant Eagle or Orange Theory or Brassica, that same parking lot is open to everybody that wants to go that way. There will be an easement for all of your equipment that washes windows and does anything they want to do. All that will be provided. Your 16 parking spaces, they're not where the dumpster is or where the trash masher is. They're open spaces where how many were in the back again? 45? 45. You will have, your easement will be part of those 45 spaces, not being taken away from anybody. Now, we have a movie theater here. It's just an awesome movie theater. And it's like when they rebuilt it, Bill Connor, who ran Kappa, that took it over, may he rest in peace, one of my closest friends, called me up one day and said, you have this Giant Eagle property you're building right now. We have the 2 worst bathrooms in North America at the Drexel. Could we have some of your property on your property and put the bathrooms? How the Drexel bathrooms look? They sit on the Giant Eagle property. Okay. But where do you park when you go to the movie theater? We have a wonderful parking problem here. It's called urban. This is an urban community. Some of you maybe have leaks or problems in your apartment. You'll be more aggravated at me. I built those buildings for Larry Rubin. No sooner did he build those buildings that he began talking to Capital University and then Trinity to buy this to put apartments here right away. I hate to tell you, frankly, that there's no guarantees when you buy property like you did in a condo building, what's going to be next to it. And we're pleased to be able to tear this down. If you think the buildings should be higher and tiered a little bit on the front, that's going to help somebody's view or whatever, we'll look into that. But in the end, in order to buy this piece of land at the price they're asking for it, which is not an unreasonable price, okay? The project we're doing in Upper Arlington, where the original Lazarus, the first Lazarus store that wasn't on High Street went, we paid $12.5 million for that 6 acres, $12.5 million for that 6 acres. And we're putting on it apartments, 330 apartments, 25 apartments, and a 559 car parking garage. We've already opened the senior living. You guys mentioned senior living. You're seniors, some of you. We build senior living. We built the Coventry that just opened in Upper Arlington and Cherry Blossom here. We have 9 senior living homes. We understand senior living. Yours is not senior living, it's living for seniors. Okay. And that's very different, So we get that, but this property needs to be developed densely because Main Street is dense. And the last thing I'm going to say to insult everybody, okay, is that when you bought at Columbia Place, one of my best friends passed away, Michael Block, had the exact part, the house right behind here, just right behind here. Okay. When you buy on Bryden, Short Bryden, which is great, Short Bryden, by the way, or when you buy or build where we did the houses on Sherwood behind us, you know, you're an alley removed from Main Street. That's the reality of it. You bought on Main Street. Okay. And when you buy on a street that has commercial zonings, and that's where the money comes into this city, comes in from Main Street. It's not where kids live. Okay. And, you know, look, I don't want anybody speeding here or there. And I totally understand people are going through stop signs and everything else. Has nothing to do with this property. There's going to be more people here. If you all want nobody driving to Bryden, then someone's going to have more people driving to Parkview. We've made some arrangements on Parkview. I don't know if everybody noticed, but when you're in that garage, you won't be able to go back toward Parkview and your drive if you're in the garage. Now you will if you're in the back 45 spaces, but you had more people than that when Capitol parked there going through there. So most people we think are going to go right out and in on Main or go back to the traffic light at College. Natural place for them to go. That's what we think. The traffic study will show we've planned this pretty well from a traffic standpoint for this load, that nothing needs to be done on the streets or traffic lights to make any changes. Can't satisfy anybody. We think young people have a right to live in Bexley. We think this property ought to be dense. We think that urban is dense, and we're going to bring some good retail. You know, the concept of getting offices for the schools, if they move in here, to create 6 more classrooms in an area that someone mentioned, they're short on classrooms right now. All of that stuff works. Can't do everything, can't satisfy anybody. We're either too tall, we're either too short, you know. I don't know what to say.
I'd like to
Thank
ask
you.
a couple questions that were raised by the folks out there. One of the things I think I notice is the traffic calming on Main. This is probably a question for Jason. The traffic calming on Main. I joke with my wife sometimes that I leave downtown, no traffic jams anymore because nobody's down there. And I come up and the first traffic jam I reach is Main Street in Bexley. And that's because of the traffic calming generally. So the part of the plan involves slowing the traffic on Main Street, does it not?
Yes.
Yeah, I would also say that if we were characterizing that as a jam, it's more like a slow down for a minute. As we know, in most major metros, we have actual jams. Columbus is a very huge advantage in that regard.
That's true.
Yeah. That being said, yeah, that is right. I mean, I think the idea is that we've benefited from a safety standpoint and aesthetic standpoint by having medians on Main Street, prioritize a little bit slower traffic. That being said, there are times a day when it's tougher to move on Main Street in a car, but those are pretty short times a day. And I think as a community, that's been the trade-off that people have been willing to take. So will this add some more traffic? We're going to look. We'll look. Will it be significant? Doubtful in the amount of overall traffic that's already occurring on Main Street. But yeah, any additional development, of course, will make some changes. I don't know if that was exactly what you're asking.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly what I was going to ask. And I don't know which one of your folks might want to answer these questions, but they can certainly answer them. I think we heard quite a few comments about the path to Bryden from and being one way north, I assume, as an exit.
Exit only.
Yeah. Can you talk about what you're planning to do with that or how that fits into the plan, assuming that this all happens? I mean, what everybody's got to understand here is this property purchase is dependent upon your doing due diligence and you're getting to certain points in time. And if it doesn't work out, you're not going to do the deal and you're gone, right?
We have a definitive timeline. We've already put quite a bit of money down. We have to close on this property probably in November, I think, with the one extension we have.
Okay. So
now here's the beauty of it. they'll give me an extension because it's me and it's them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
And they
totally,
know that anybody else coming in here paying that price is going to go through the same process.
exactly.
No matter what happens.
Yeah.
So I'm not holding the gun to anybody's head.
No.
But, you know, I don't
But-
make any money talking, you know, and capital doesn't, you
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
get what they want if somebody doesn't close on this property.
Yeah.
And the city doesn't get what they want if somebody doesn't develop it.
And that's,
But-
I just want,
By the way, that road is only one way.
I understand.
So no, what I mean by that is it's not wide enough for 2 lanes.
Mhm.
Okay, so we can landscape it, we can do whatever needs to be done as it relates to that. But there's really, if one car, right now, cars could go either way, I think, on it. But if one car is going one way, the other car can't get in the other way without stopping it. So we just thought the exit was the simplest.
You want to address, I think it was Dr. Schenker that lives on in his backyard, backs onto that roadway. And do you want to address his commentary that it kind of will destroy his ambiance back there, whatever's going on? I mean, I don't know.
I think that.
I don't
that
remember
he
his
has
exact
every-
testimony, but
He has every right to think that if there's 300 cars in a lot, and if 45 of them head that way at the end of the day, okay, that, you know, and if he's there at the moment that happens, they're not all going to leave at the same time. You know, it will not be nearly as bad that when you live on Main Street and these motorcycle jockeys come through the middle of town. Okay, and those people can be heard back near Broad Street already coming down Main Street. Okay, so it's not like everybody's leaving or coming. One of the beauties of this project is there's people living here. Some of them will be staying all day. Some of them will be leaving in the morning. Others will be coming back at different hours. Everybody's on flex time today. You know, the retail pieces, those people will be coming from the front, coming from Main Street, not going out the back. So we've tried to do everything we can to spread out whatever cars are here. But the fact of the matter is, and Jason said it, 300 cars, if that's what it is not going to materially change what's going on every day on Main Street or on Parkview or anywhere. Well, having said that, it's still 300 cars. So are there likely to be more people coming through the Parkview piece? You know, by your garage and your place? Likely they will. But what I can tell you is it won't be Rumpke, you know?
What about the issue of staffing for these businesses? You know, people who work at the doctor's office or work at Hudson 29, that kind of thing.
So in this business, and Jason and Ryan can speak to it, this whole concept of being able to have people living there, working there, enough people will leave their apartments during workout for work, that will free parking spaces for business and workers. Go ahead, Ryan, please.
Yeah, and without going into a lot of detail, so there's 320 parking spaces that we are providing as part of the development. 220 of those are units. So one would think that at least one car per unit, you know, a guaranteed parking space, let's say, that leaves 100 parking spaces that are for that shared parking during those off hours. So the restaurant, we're carving off 50 short-term parking spaces down in the basement. There's 45 in the back in that surface parking lot. Right now, that's the thought that those would be the two obvious places to do the parking, one on the upper level, one on the lower.
Employees to the back.
Right, and that's not set in
on the
stone.
open parking.
That's just where the thoughts are right now. And then when it comes to office space, office is using the parking during the daytime when we're anticipating most of the residents, when they're out of their units, they're going to free up parking spaces during the daytime. So it's a shared parking situation. It's a mixed use type of deal. And you know, instead of planning for the worst case scenario, the Thanksgiving Kroger model or the old mall, parking is changing nowadays and driving habits are changing. We're seeing stuff like 1.5 parking spaces per unit. It also depends on your unit mix. Heavy 1 bedrooms, a lot different than the old days when we had heavy 2 bedrooms. But in greenfield developments and more suburban developments, 1.5 spaces per unit. Even your code has in the MUC district, which is the underlying zoning for this property, it's any residential in the MUC, it's requiring 1 space per unit. So I don't think it's out of reason what we're trying to propose on this site.
Yeah.
And there's overflow at the city when it's available.
And then there's the shared parking that happens
Right.
within all the.
And if I can just say two quick things about that, I know we've been going forever. We'll get into that in a lot more detail. And we'll give you a pretty thorough, very thorough evaluation of that once we iterate this plan, and understand where we're headed. That being said, our code does provide for shared parking. It anticipates that. It's something we encourage because it works. Our parking code, frankly, I know it's going to be hard to believe if you're not doing this all the time. We're behind the curve on the direction most parking codes are going. Most urban parking codes are going toward fewer spaces, and other cities around the Central Ohio region, around Ohio, around the country, have actually gone in a direction to require fewer and encourage shared use more. And the other thing, again, people tend to not believe, because this sounds counterintuitive. Typically, developers are the ones who are loath to put in too few spaces because they want their spot to work. The last thing a developer wants is for someone to not be able to live there because they can't get a spot, or not be able to eat there because they can't park. So
I'm nuts over it.
yeah, and across the, and this isn't unique to Bexley. I think one of the things that we will have to deal with as a BZAP and as a citizenry and everything is, this is a big project for us. This is not a big project for infill development across Central Ohio. And so we can look to those norms and say, what's happening in Upper Arlington? You know, what's happening in all these other corridors and cities throughout the region, and how much are people really parking there? And I think we're going to find that we can get to a reasonable accommodation where we're sure we have enough parking, but not overburden our parking.
It reminds me, when I was on the Columbus Board of Zoning Appeals in the 90s, we would have constant variance requests in the Short North and in German Village. And those areas were very similar in the sense that they're urban. The buildings are actually built smack up against each other. They're all 3, 4, 5, 6 stories. Not all of them, but a lot of them were built in 1900. And the parking, of course, the shared parking had to be a remedy. And it turns out that apparently it was a remedy. And I think that that's what I have learned by being on these zoning boards in the past. And in Columbus, of course, you've got more people, more problems, and more issues. But I think it's something that you, the city staff, you, the developer, need to pay some significant heed to, so that you can teach us whether this works or not, so that we can make better decisions for the city. Right?
You know, it works. The problem is, which I have empathy for them, they bought these condominiums. They didn't look at it as urban. They didn't look at it in the Short North where the buildings are 5 feet apart. Okay. And the parking lot is somewhere else. And I get that.
Yeah.
You know, I get that. So but it's counterintuitive once you understand we're putting up this, if we do that we need 5 ways in and out to take care of the traffic, yet 2 of the ways in or out are problematic for some neighbor, you know, which I get. And so we don't have a solution. You know, it's going to be some form of compromise that everybody has to understand, you know. Sometimes you live with the least worst alternative, you know, and in this case, not developing that site is not an alternative, and making it not dense is not fair to the university that is needing income, frankly. It's part of it.
The other question that I thought was raised, which was interesting, was that I'd like for you to respond. And I do want to wrap this up, but we do have other cases we have to hear tonight, believe it or not. So, is the idea of when you're constructing, how does the construction equipment get housed and moved in and out? I think that's an interesting question. I'd like to have somebody address that.
Yeah, that's something we've already contemplated, and
I'm sure
typically
this was the first time you thought about that.
Right. I mean, we're still in the early stages as part of the process, but you know, most of our projects, we encumber the entire perimeter of the property in a fence. Our site logistics, we anticipate all construction traffic coming directly off of Main Street. There's a critical path here, specifically getting that West Road built early so that all construction traffic comes in and out of that specific area. We're going to work through those details and provide documents of that, but we would not use Bryden Road or the access point there, nor would we come through the west either. I mean, it's intended to be located strictly on site from the south on Main Street.
Now, the two sites in Upper Arlington are tight like this, and we're dealing with that as well.
Yeah, and of course, the pros and cons of that entrance is that eventually you get to the back of the Alexander with your construction equipment. I mean, you know, everything is got some problem when you're in this tight a space. But I would say I'm trying to deal with all of the issues that I wrote down here, maintenance vehicles. But let me say this. This is a very, and I want to reiterate what Jason said earlier. This is a very preliminary stage here tonight. We're not voting whether to do this or not. We're not voting whether the architectural beauty of the place is appropriate. We're not going to do anything tonight that creates any decision. But I think it's very important, and I really want to thank everybody who's here tonight. Wow, you know, it's important that we that are trying to make these decisions, we're just Bexley residents. We're not getting paid to do this either. And we're trying to do the best thing for Bexley. We don't, I mean, I know Mr. Gross and I know Mr. Cass. I like them both. I respect them both, but I'm neutral. I don't care. And everybody on this board has got no dog in the fight. We're trying to make the best decision. Our dog is Bexley, right? That's our only dog. So we want, and that's the same thing with the staff, same thing with Jason. Catherine is an attorney, of course, so she's highly prejudiced in favor of her client, but nonetheless, she always gives us good advice. But and I would say the same thing for Karen and for Kathy Rose. We're just trying to figure things out. I think the mayor's in the same position. I want to put him into this as well. He's trying to do what's best for Bexley, and there's a lot of aspects to it. But how it impacts you individually on a day-to-day basis, quite important. And if you didn't come here tonight and talk to us, we wouldn't have quite the perspective that we have now. So I want to thank everybody for coming here tonight and for talking to us, because it took a lot of time and I appreciate that. But do we have to do in some way vote on something tonight? Yeah.
Are the board members going to be able to ask questions?
Yeah,
Sure.
I think absolutely you should ask questions. Sure. We'll take some time to do that right now. Absolutely. You want the three experts or Mr. Cass?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I guess
Why
I'm
don't you
going
go,
first.
Heidi? You go first. And if you have some
Four
questions.
experts.
So I'm just looking through the Main Street District special permits and going through that, because those are what we have to answer as a zoning board. And so going through that, one of the first ones is, it's under 1254-14, and that's B. And it says that it has to be exceptional architectural and site design. I don't know. I mean, just looking at this, it looks like every building I've seen. You know, driving down Broad, it looks like the one at Broad and Hamilton. I mean, this is Bexley. We want it to be different. We want it to be unique. So that is something I think should come into play.
And I will say that I'll defer that to Karen.
Yeah, no, and I understand that, but that's just something
No, that's
to look at under the code.
Good.
So as far as the impact on residential use, I do think the traffic study is really important to make sure we look at Parkview, Brighton. And I will say, even coming out of this parking lot, I'll come out of here at noon, like at Orange Theory, whatever time it is, trying to get out and around to this traffic light. If you are turning left, if there are 3 cars in the line to get out there, you block the entire way in and out. So I think it's really important that something has to be done with that light or the parking, because it's really, really difficult. Tried going at a busy time and trying getting out of there. You barely make 1 car through a left turn light.
We're removing the right turn, which is part of the backup, just getting around to make the left.
No, it's like when you turn to go out. I don't know if there's one that.
You're right there.
current
You can point to it. No, not, you want to get to the site plan.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, right there.
So when you go, it's the Bexley Square.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, So when it's one way in, one way out for the Bexley Square. And
Mhm.
so you're coming from the curve to go out to the left lane, it backs up and you're stuck.
Yeah, we understand what you're
Yes,
talking
okay.
about. We'll take a look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
So that's a concern getting out of there. I think the more, obviously more, I think looking at some of the other easement issues, has there been consideration as to whether the Bryden is an entrance only instead of an exit only? That might help with traffic going, because I think if it's a one-way in, it would slow things as opposed to a one-way out. Or making even the Alexander a one-way for people coming out of the new development. Make it a two-way for residents, a one-way for people. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ideas that might work within the code. And then I two other things. I don't know if this has been made or thought of to be condos, or if it's only
No,
an apartment,
only apartments.
only apartments. Yeah, I mean, it is a lot of new residents, I think. And I understand the purpose and I appreciate the purpose. But I'm wondering too on the design, because I saw the two building design as well originally. And I think if, even a two building design would help have more common space for people throughout the community, because it looks like the insular space is just for residents. The courtyards are just for residents, so to make it useful green space for the community would be helpful, because it is taking away some of the green space. So I guess that's a question I have.
Just real quick, I would suggest, so when we went to the one building, the single building, we were able to compress it a little bit in the north-south and get a little bit more green space or public space out along East Main Street. And if you look at that previous version that we originally submitted, it was a parking on top of the garage, on top of the basement. It was a parking deck basically on the north side. Really didn't have any connectivity through that site because you have a vertical wall along the west edge that it basically ran all the way to the north property line. We did have an alley between the two buildings, but that alley had such limited, just the space, the site is so small that there was maybe 5 feet of space between the northern building and the southern building at the corner at the pinch point. So I don't know that it was
And
good
the
green
city
space or
wanted,
usable.
the city really has made a issue of a positive issue. And you can turn it into a negative. The traffic will go from Drexel all the way through to Parkview. It's like, that'd be the most uncomfortable possible ride somebody could have. So, but they want the connectivity. And so one of the things that I would worry about, based like if you come off a Bryden and make that an in instead of an out, that would end up being a shortcut for people getting to Giant Eagle going that way. Because you now will be able to do that, because we now with this plan, that's on the same level. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So a lot of these things we've thought about, they have to be talked about. I get that.
Yeah.
Okay, and so
And that's pretty much what tonight is about, is just getting these
Yeah, but
thoughts out in the open.
you guys are going to have more and more questions. There's no question about that. And we're going to have to adapt to the things that you're going to want and that these folks want you to do.
Sure.
On one hand, on the other hand, you also have to be able to adapt to the realities of the site, the egress and ingress.
Yeah.
And what we think is the product we want to put there. And the only other comment I'd make to answer you, the thing you said on Hamilton Road, those are 3-story walk-ups.
No, but I mean, the design looks the same.
Not even the same materials except for the brick. But anyway, I think you need to look at both of them again, or we'll bring pictures for you to show you both.
That will be in front of architecture review.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like how it's flat, like that one is. And I
That's why we
think
changed all the
having-
materials, though. We changed all the materials.
I understand. I'm
Okay.
just.
Yeah, but that's
looking at
good.
the
Well,
code
look,
and
that's
looking
our,
at that.
we'll work with
Yeah,
you on that,
and there
Karen.
will
I
be
get
a
it.
lot of deliberation at
Yeah.
architecture review board.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Turner?
Oh, I'm finished. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you, I just assumed you were finished from your demeanor there.
Yeah, I've got a couple things. One, when you bring it back, I want to see it in relation to the gateway building, because right now the elevation is higher. If you look at the ground elevation of the current apartments there, they're already at the top of the first floor of the gateway. So when you're talking about doing 5 stories, it's actually gonna be 3 stories above, visually above the retail building.
On Main Street,
Yeah, on Main Street.
that's where we are on Main.
Yeah, so I'd like to see that some kind of elevation, see the facade on it.
Yeah,
In
the
relation-
Alexander at its top point, we built it, is 67 feet.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the Alexander, I'm talking about the gateway building. the Rusty Bucket
67,
building.
67 feet. So,
Rusty Bucket, I think it's shorter than the Alexander, though. I think.
Yeah, the Rusty Bucket building is a 3-story, and then it has that
Yeah.
4th-story kind of corner elements.
corner stuff, yeah.
Well, to this
Up
point.
to the microphone.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Thank you.
To this point, I don't want to cut you off, but the Architectural Review Board will require and they'll want to see contextual elevations.
Yeah, that's fine. So that's one thing I wanted to say. I'm a little bit with Heidi on I'm not a big, I know that's what our zoning code is, but I'm not a huge fan of like having all the buildings right up on the side. Karen and I have had this discussion about with a little bit of green space, but that's kind of just a personal thing. I just want to let you know on that. But the biggest question for me though is I need some clarity on what the situation is with the Alexander's Alley. Someone said they owned it. Someone else said it was an easement. What is the rights of that easement? Who actually does own the underlying property? I'm not real happy if the traffic study comes back and shows a lot more traffic coming through there because you've got people backing out of garages into a road that are blind. You got people coming in and out of the parking garage. I mean, that's not really designed to be a major thoroughfare. I mean, it's designed to be access to the buildings and access to the garages and back access to the existing parking behind Trinity. I understand that, but it's just, I want to see I mean, I really need to see the traffic study and I really want clarification as to what this situation is with that legal easement, because I mean, like I've said, I've heard 3 different things tonight and I don't know who controls it, who has the rights on
it's
it.
the Alexander's property.
But what's the easement say? I
The
mean,
easement is,
the
the easement and yours, the Capital University's Trinity.
I mean, that has to be what it is.
Yeah, but was it granted to Capital? And does it have right of transfer? Does it have?
Yes,
like-
it's a permanent easement on the
Easements
property.
are
The question is how
Yes,
it's
there could be
used, and
situations.
how many cars can be on it. That's the question.
Not too often.
We just can't argue this tonight because this.
We're getting into.
No, I'm
too
not,
much-
I'm not
I
arguing.
know, I was down for you.
I'm not trying to
You're
argue.
just saying
but
what
to
you
me-
would like to see.
To me, the point of it is though, there's a ton of discussion about the traffic around the Alexander. And to me,
Right.
there's a huge question that we don't know the answer to. So I'd like that answer.
I was
So,
trying to stop this argument out here.
okay.
I was like, yeah.
Yeah, we can't get into too much detail tonight, but your point is well taken. Let's find out what the facts are as a board.
Yeah,
We need
yeah,
to know
because detail wise, you're right. We don't know the exact detail of that, but that's an issue. No matter where we end up, the Alexander access is going to be an issue. So we need answers on it.
That's right. Let me just assure you, for the developer, that's a huge issue. And for any lender, that's a humongous issue. So they're going to be worried about that quite a bit. But we also, it's a huge issue for us as a board. We need to know what's going on.
Right. So that's all I had.
All right, I'll be quick. I would like to see further study on the alley that goes back up to Bryden and the possibility to just convert that to a pedestrian way. I'm having a hard time understanding the need for exiting to Bryden and throwing all that traffic up to Bryden and then no telling where it's going to go from there. I think one of the comments I heard was you run the risk of somebody exiting out that way and then speeding up Columbia, which is pretty easy to do because there's not a lot of stop signs. I think that is a really distinctive issue, and I think we need to address that. The other thing is I'm concerned about the way trash is handled on the site. The dumpster, yes, it's in the back, but it's
not a dumpster.
It's a compactor.
Yeah.
It's still trash. It has odors. I happen to think that probably should be inboard on the building. In a space where it's closed in, you don't see it, you don't hear it, you don't have to deal with it. I don't know how much possible that is or not, but I feel like it's in an area where it's going to impact a lot of people that they're going to be,
Yeah, the compactor is enclosed and there'll be a screening fence around that.
I'm talking
perimeter.
inside the building like they have over
Yeah,
here at
I
the,
think
at the grocery store.
we'll talk to the supplier, but I believe that that'll be a challenge physically trying to get that thing in and out, given
High base space on a dock.
it's more maneuverability
Okay.
that's the issue.
I agree with you there. I think there's some, because the site's pretty tight with maneuverability.
But we can certainly do enough to screen it and make it invisible and deal with it that way. And the other thing we can do is contract for it to be picked up often.
Yeah. Well, once again, we don't want to get into we don't want to design this building for you here tonight.
No, but
you're
it's
just
good, it's
expressing
good
your-
to hear the
Yeah.
questions of the
Yeah.
people that are likely to vote
Yeah.
here,
Right.
you know?
Exactly.
And then, yeah, this is not the ARB, but this building has to be distinctively Bexley. This building is almost a copy of what you're doing in Upper Arlington. In plan, it definitely is. And in elevation, it definitely is. This is an urban building. This is an urban community. And we have to, like the gentleman came up here and talked from MBBJ, he was spot on. And I just want to reinforce that.
Okay. Mr. Schick.
I think you're not on.
I'd just like to thank all of my colleagues here on the board. Second and echo that, in particular, Heidi and Keith, I absolutely appreciate what your concerns with regards to the architectural and site design of the site. I find that it has actually no characteristic right now that makes me excited for Bexley. Your building that you live in, I think, is an exceptional example, and I don't know why these residents can't have a building like you do.
You might not want to say the
It's
price per
condo
square foot.
versus a rental apartment.
Co-op.
Yeah, but
That's a co-op.
But I'm going to leave Continental Realty with just one indication of where my vote would be if there was a vote this evening. And
careful now.
I understand, but I'm going to carry on with one thing, and that is that the compactor dumpster is an open refuse right now, and it is a major concern to me and the residents on Short Brighton. And unless I see an effort based on Continental Realty to address the issues, and in particular what my colleague Keith just raised, I'm going to have a very difficult time considering where this is going, because I am concerned about noxious fumes. I am concerned about the general I just lost the word I was going to say, but I'm just concerned about the characteristics of our community being maintained. And if it worked for Giant Eagle, I can't see why it can't work here. Thank you.
All right. All right. Any other members of the board have any questions or comments? I think it was helpful for you to hear everybody's position.
You remind me, with a traffic study too, with Brighton the way it is, even if it ends up being access, it comes out and there's a stop sign immediately to the right. Like, I think that's a mess. To me, that reminds me of fair. It reminds me of fair at the school, where it's like you're gonna move the stop signs way apart, and people don't know which way they're
Oh,
going. So I just want to.
Fair and Cassingham there, yeah.
Yeah, Fair and Cassingham.
Yeah, that's quite an
So
intersection.
yeah, just want to see what that, if there's something about that. 'cause Anyway, that's it.
All right. Mr. Cass, gentlemen, I mean, do you have any additional comments you'd like to make? I mean, I think this has been very, very helpful to us as a board. I think it's probably been helpful to you to hear these comments as well. And I don't think we need to take any further action this evening. So I think everybody in the community should continue to work together here to try to resolve these issues as best possible, as I think everybody is doing
Yeah,
here tonight
we
and
will.
all the meetings you've had with everybody.
I'd like to, where was that dumpster you, or the masher you were saying that Giant Eagle has? That you think is done right or wrong?
I believe it's done right.
You do, and it's right next door here? I'm gonna go look.
It's right next door here. That's
And it's
correct.
outdoors though.
No, but it's also heavily protected into compactor.
Yeah, so like if you go to our condo building that we built on Cassidy.
Yes, sir.
The city had us do an entire building that our recycling and trash is in, an entire building.
That's a floor four building with single families on each floor.
Yeah, it's but still, it was a whole big building, so we can do that. I mean, we can make an attractive enclosure, top on it, everything, to protect everything, but we cannot put it inside the garage itself, you know, but well, I'll go look at that and take a peek at that.
We're gonna have plenty of time to discuss
Yeah,
this.
I
sir.
got it. Okay. I
All
just
right.
don't know if you liked it or not, because I'm gonna go look at it. That's
Yeah.
what yeah.
All right, I would like to ask everybody, we have 3 more cases. The people that have had those cases have waited a long time. I would ask that if you're going to leave, let's get positions. The first case that's left on the docket is case BZAP 23-24 involving 2753 Dale. The applicant is Patrick Manley. The owners are Brian and Jessica Olszewski. Who's here on behalf of the applicant? Sir, please.
Gosh, I feel
Mr.
so
Manley? Yeah.
alone all of a sudden.
Yeah. I had to wake you up there after that. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give this evening will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The applicant in this case is seeking a variance to permit and a special permit to permit and a garage expansion and conversion to a rec room. We'll have to see how that goes. Kathy, could you give us a staff perspective on this case? Are you ready to do so after that extravaganza? Wonder if we could close them.
Oh,
Those doors closed.
all right.
What? The doors are gone.
We can't even close the doors. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
In that case, leave those doors open, will you guys?
So this is an existing 22 by 24 detached garage at this location. The property backs up to 4 neighboring properties and does not have an alley. The applicant is looking to install dormers on the second floor of the existing garage and remodel the interior and exterior to eliminate the enclosed parking to accommodate a rec room on the first floor and storage on the second floor. So according to code section 1252.15C, special permits for functional dormers shall be based upon the following considerations. The extent to which the proposed dormers would face an adjacent property. Window dormers that face inward or onto an alley are preferred over window dormers facing onto adjacent property. These dormers do face a neighboring property.
The setback for the proposed accessory structure sets back in excess of the district requirements provided for a standard garage. However, with a outward facing dormer, it's required to be 10 feet. The existing garage is actually 8 feet, 3 inches from the rear property line. The design and massing of the dormers facing onto the adjacent property, dormers facing onto adjacent properties have frosted glass proposed on the south windows. According to 1252.15 D3, dormer ridge heights shall be at least 1 foot below the primary ridge height. And in this case, the dormer is at the same ridge height as the garage roof. Accessory structures and uses with outward facing dormers shall be set back at least 10 feet. All right, wait. With the operational garage doors and adequate depth for standard size vehicles. The modifications will no longer provide standard size parking due to the addition of the staircase or accommodate vehicles. This application initially came in as an in-law suite in a detached garage, complete with kitchen and first floor bedroom and a full bath on the second floor and an attached storage shed. An in-law suite is only allowed in the R1, R2, R3 zoning district as a unit within the single family dwelling. In the R6 zoning district, it is a conditional use, but also only allowed within the existing single family dwelling. I explained to the applicant that this was not a matter for the BZAP and only city council could consider as a councilmatic variance. The applicant next submitted this BZAP application. It's resubmitted with a recreational room on the first floor and steps to provide access to the second floor and dormer on the north and south sides of the roof. There are codes that require a replacement garage when demolishing a garage as follows. 122305G, demolition of a detached garage. In order to preserve the historic stock of enclosed off-street parking spaces within the city, no detached garage shall be demolished, partially demolished, or removed until an application with respect to such demolition or removal has been submitted and reviewed by the board and has a certificate of appropriateness. In no circumstances shall demolition of a detached garage be approved without a replacement plan. If said demolition would reduce the number of enclosed parking spaces below the 2 enclosed parking spaces that exist. There's also Bexley Code Section 125215G6. A garage must be able to functionally accommodate vehicles with operational garage bay doors and adequate depth for standard sized vehicles. The garage is being modified into an accessory structure with modifications which will reduce the parking spaces to less than the adequate depth for standard size vehicles and can no longer be used as a garage. I'm not sure how to view the transition of this garage to an accessory structure when there are codes that require their replacement when demolished. Although this garage is not being demolished, it is being modified to no longer meet the intent of the code for parking purposes. I will defer to the zoning board for their view of this matter. In addition, the variance and special permit, the applicant did not believe there was a variance involved. However, we did call out there was the setback issue.
Yeah, I do agree
Okay.
with that. Yeah.
The ARB did review the application for design only, and it was consensus of the board that the dormer was appropriate. Staff's recommendations only if zoning is approved. If the board finds it appropriate to grant a variance and special permit, I would recommend the following conditions. There will need to have 2 off-street parking spaces in the rear yard provided, subject to staff approval. It shall not be used as a dwelling unit. If demolished, it was a garage, and in accordance with 122305G, it would be required to be replaced with an enclosed garage, with a minimum of 2 parking spaces as the original garage.
Okay, wow. That was a long diatribe there. Mr. Manley, why don't you tell us why we should approve the variance and
Okay.
special permit?
All right, great. Thank you for allowing me to come tonight. I know you guys have had a long evening, so I'll try to keep it brief.
Thank you for being patient as well.
Just to clarify a couple things, and to Kathy's credit, she's worked through a very long process on this with what the owners were originally looking to do versus what they compromised on, I guess, in their own mind, but they realized was reality. To make a long story short, we're actually, as Kathy had mentioned, we're not actually demolishing the garage. We're working within the same structure that's there. And proposing to convert it to an accessory structure. To the best of my knowledge, we, as an accessory structure, we meet all of the various requirements in the zoning code for an accessory structure, with the exception of the rear setback line where we're 20 inches too close to the rear property line. As she said, it's 8.3 feet. The code, when you add a dormer to an accessory building, the rear setback goes from 3 feet to 10 feet. So we're coming up a little bit short on it. When I discussed this with the owners, and by the way, they couldn't be here tonight because they had to go out of town for a family emergency the other night. But the discussion revolved around, do they want to build a new building, tear it down, or just keep it? After we had a lot of discussions on it, and especially me coming from I'm an architect and I come from a strong background of preservation and restoration work. And I used to be on, as Jason was, I used to be on the Italian Village Commission for a number of years. And the issue that I saw is, even though this garage is hardly considered a historic structure, it's 74 years old. You know, it was built in 1949. I personally look at that as a historic structure, even though it's just a garage.
Careful.
But it is, you know, that neighborhood, as you know, is a post-World War II neighborhood that grew up pretty quickly. And I personally do place a lot of value on keeping original building stock. So with all the discussions, the trade-off that we looked at is, sure, they could propose to tear this down, build something 20 inches further away, and basically build something maybe a little bit more elaborate than what they're able to do. But I do think there's a lot of value in keeping it. And the way I look at that setback is that the neighbors behind that would be the ones most affected by anything that's done on their property to the south. It's a deep lot. It's a 165-foot deep lot. There's trees back there, a privacy fence. Their house is probably 110 feet, 120 feet away from this property. And we're not really talking about a lot of distance. Whoops, I'm sorry. We're only talking about, you know, being this far too close, and the building really isn't too high. It's a modest size garage. It's a little smaller than the one we saw earlier this evening. So I'm requesting that approval of that variance based primarily on the fact that I feel that having a little less room to the property line is a good trade-off to be able to keep the original structure on the property. I guess that's where I'm coming from on that. As far as the other items, I think Kathy, you mentioned something about the dormer height on that, about a 12-inch. Maybe I misinterpreted it, but I think that there is a place in the zoning code where with the dormers, that it actually asks that the dormers actually start from the peak, and it may conflict with that section that you mentioned. But I took that to actually mean that the bottom of the dormer eave would be a foot lower than the peak, and we're actually 1 foot 7 inches below it.
It says.
That may need a little clarification.
Dormers facing adjacent property, dormer faces onto adjacent property, frosted glass proposed. Dormer ridge height shall be at least 1 foot below the primary ridge height.
Yeah, okay. That part I assumed was, since we don't have a ridge on the dormer, it's a shed. I assumed we were talking about if we proposed a shed dormer with a peak on it that had a ridge. I was looking at the shed dormer as not applying and trying to keep it lower, as low as we could, because there's not actually a ridge on a shed dormer.
I can defer to Karen on that, but that's been the typical. Yeah.
Don't want them to need that thing.
Yeah. Okay, so that was what you actually meant on, yeah. Yeah, but I believe there's another section of the code, and I don't have it with me right here, that actually says that it's supposed to start at the peak, then it goes up there. So I'd be happy to work with. Yeah. Yeah.
I just get what's better. There's
when it's down, when it's.
Mhm.
offset.
Okay, because I think we might be able to do something
I don't
to
think
adjust
that's
it.
what, but
Yeah,
definitely, bed dormers will look better and more appropriate when they go.
okay. I'm willing to work with you on that on whatever to clarify that. So I don't think, to me, on my side, that's not a deal killer, and I don't want to make it that.
Okay,
Um,
that
but
helps us to know.
and the very last thing that Kathy, you mentioned some things on their off-street parking. They're actually, since we're not really demolishing the garage, and there's no intent to have this a garage, although the design is such that if a future owner or if these owners decided that they wanted to reconvert it back to a garage, we haven't ruined that. And that's one of the main reasons why we're wanting to keep garage doors.
They would need to
on the
remove
front
the
of it.
stairs because.
Yeah,
once
they
you
would
get
have to
down
remove the stairs at that point. Yeah,
in order to maintain the.
That's correct.
162 square foot per parking space.
yes, if they converted it back, they would have to do that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
'Cause it's gone from 22 down to 17 feet in
Mhm.
depth.
And then we also have, you had mentioned other parking spaces. We do have the parking that's actually the back area behind on the side of the house and the back of the house is paved. And there's ample room for more than enough room for two parking spaces, legal parking spaces, according to the zoning code. So they already have that in place. I mean, I can provide you the documentation on it. But we do, that already exists because they actually don't even use this garage. They've been doing all the parking, for years on the outside. So, but anyway, that's all I really had to offer on those items right there.
Okay.
Could I answer any questions, please?
Is there anybody in the audience that's for or against this application? No. Okay. Questions from members of the board?
Yeah, I just have a quick question.
Yes.
Could you just kind of like flip the stairwell, like shift it off to the right, and then you'd have enough room on the left side for a car to pull in, not that you'd ever use it, but then you get away from not having a garage space, you see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I guess you could do that, but then I felt that would have to move our dormer clear off to one side, and I really felt that it would look lopsided and look kind of.
No, I'm just saying, like, just instead of the bottom stairs coming up to the platform from the left, if they came up from the right, then between the sink and the stairwell, it looks like it's wide enough you can count it as car. There's a space. for-
Oh, you mean keep it in the same location? The problem is then when you get up to the upstairs, then there's really not enough headroom coming
Well,
up to
no,
the
I'm
top
not
of the
moving
steps.
stairs. I'm literally just moving the bottom steps from the left side to the right side. Because then between the left side of the where the stairwell would be and the left wall, we now probably have enough space for. parking.
Well, we would have to.
Not the standards.
We would have to
space.
move the dormer because there's not enough headroom in the dormer. I think one of the other drawings, we might have a cross section on it.
I mean, it was just an idea to try to figure out a way to keep floor space.
Yeah. But it's a headroom issue. That was what, it was really tight to fit it in there to meet the building code on the headroom. Oh, thank you.
Headroom for the attic.
For just on the stairs. Yeah, just for the attic. Yeah.
Mr. Hall, what do you think about the dormer height?
I agree with what we were talking about earlier. Okay, the ridge needs to pass, probably should pass through,
Mhm.
and the dormer should be lower. I think it's a cleaner detail.
Sure.
Especially at the edge conditions too. I'm fine with this. I'm having a harder time though, Kathy, understanding. It's not a garage anymore. So it's an accessory structure. How is that permissible? Is that what we're gonna give a variance for?
This is demolition of a detached garage, which he's not demolishing it, but he's modifying this is no longer a garage. It says in order to preserve the historic stock of enclosed off-street parking spaces within the city, not necessarily the term of the structure, but the fact that it has enclosed parking. So once it's modified into something else, those cars will need to be parked now in the yard.
In the yard.
So I that's why I'm just sharing this with you because I'd rather err on the side of caution.
Well, that's a.
So I think the question's use. Right?
What's the use? I mean, I'm sitting here wondering, well, one question I do have is the space going to be conditioned?
Yes.
So we'll have heating and cooling.
Yes.
Okay, so what prevents them maybe from using this as a bedroom? And is that even permissible?
Limitations under the accessory code about what's allowed, you can't have kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom, you're gonna have two, but
Two of the three.
They don't have a bath.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, in all fairness, originally when I came to Kathy, what, in February, I think it was, they were thinking that maybe they could put some kind of a mother-in-law suite or something in there. But once we had the discussions, it said that this is really not feasible to do this to work. They scaled it back to what they really need, which is basically just a room for their three kids to kind of hang out and watch TV and use it for,
I think it's kind of a cool little, it's like a detached family room as I see it.
Exactly. And for lack of a better term, I called it a rec room because I felt like I had to
Yeah,
name
but
something.
it's living space. So that's where my wheels start spinning and whether or not that's permissible by the zoning code or not. And whether we need to give that a variance or whatever, special use.
with attached garages, put an accessory structure in the rear yard, just as an office space.
Right.
or beyond.
Okay.
So, I mean, that is allowed. My concern is the fact of transitioning an existing enclosed garage into a rec room.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Are the garage doors gonna remain on it?
I'm sorry.
Are the garage doors gonna remain on it? Like,
Yeah, so we've proposed new garage doors.
but I mean, like traditional garage doors.
Yes.
So they're glass according.
But they're glass, yeah. I'm sorry, they're glass.
But they open and close.
They open and close. So like in the summertime, if they're cooking out or the kids are playing, they can open it up and just leave it open so, they can come in and out. So it's going to be a really informal kind of a space, but that was sort of what I was alluding to earlier, that if later on, say, if they stay in that home and their children grow up and they decide they don't really need the rec room, or if another owner comes in, it's an easy conversion back to a garage because they can just tear out the stairs and, the garage doors are there. Everything else is still there.
Can one car fit in it or? No.
I think that's what you were looking for. Yeah,
Oh,
not
'cause it is
really,
Two cars, I just.
because they don't want to use it as a garage.
No,
right now.
I know.
Yeah.
I was just
Yeah.
curious, then it still can
But-
maintain the, idea that it is a garage, if a car can still go in there and it has garage doors.
Maybe a short, more compact car, maybe, but.
I mean,
Might be.
The accessory structure cannot be a dwelling. You can't have two dwelling units on a certain property.
Correct.
And that's why the city has been through a lot of iterations of this. This board has done a lot of this and.
Yeah.
Ordinance reviews to make sure that you can't have the three components, which is, cooking.
Bath.
Which.
Mhm.
Under accessory structures that it's not be used as a dwelling unit, may not contain more than two of the following elements, a bedroom, a kitchen, or a bathroom. So that's sort of how we end up with this, even if you do a loft above a garage or whatever, you cannot have. An in-law suite has to be attached to the primary dwelling, it can't be separated. And if
Yeah.
you have these separated structures, you can't become dwelling units, so the city has chosen to allow some of these uses. Either upstairs, Kathy's, it's unusual, this is, I think, the first one where we've had one, where it just is eliminating a garage altogether. And that's kind of the struggle of, if you tore it down, you couldn't eliminate the garage. But could you eliminate it by change of use of just parking outside?
Yeah.
And that's been her struggle is how do you make those all work together? If you've got somebody who needs a variance to be able to do.
Yeah, and I agree 100% with Kathy. We have to maintain, as you know, in any of the residential districts, 2 off-street parking spaces. And which we do have behind there because we've got a pretty good paved area and everything back there right now. So we're not proposing to eliminate parking on the property, and we still will meet, the code requirements.
Well, the definition.
And I would also say that's kind of like Kathy's also saying the condition of if they tear this building down. You shouldn't be able to convert it to a different accessory use, tear it down and avoid the problem that, avoid the code provision that said.
Mhm.
You're gonna eliminate a garage.
Mhm.
We're not building a Garage because we want our cars parked in garages.
Mhm.
So that's in addition to the struggle and the reason for a comment that she made of. It should be a condition if you're gonna grant a variance and approve all of this, that if that garage comes down. Even though it's a rec room, then maybe a garage should come out because there is a code provision that would say take the garage down. You gotta put up a garage. Ryan, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, it's fine. No, it's,
Yeah, does that encourage more people to convert their existing garages to.
Rec rooms, yeah.
Well, as a matter of fact, if I could remind the board, we saw a case similar to this right when we came back from the shutdown. I remember we were in this room and somebody wanted to convert a garage into an art studio.
I remember.
If you recall that with the noxious fumes. Here, the Oxford American Dictionary defines a garage as a building for housing a motor vehicle or vehicles. The code here, I can't even get to the variance on the dormer because we are constructively demolishing a garage. There's going to be no more storage for this, and therefore we're leaving the property without an attached garage. And I don't see how two cars are going to be able, with the use that the family wants to utilize this with. And I know them, they're a very active family, they're very involved in the community. And I could see this being additional use that's going on. I don't think that they're going to store these two cars on this on their driveway.
They already do.
They do?
Yeah,
They do.
I've
I've driven by there.
they've never parked in their garage.
So I'm still having
We have a
difficulty
little-
getting
yeah.
around that code.
Because I guess my point is, I mean, I know what you're saying about, the converting and then it's eliminating garage, but the code is pretty clear regarding demolition, and we're not demolishing the building, and the building is still
You're
going to be
demolishing the use. That's what we're concerned.
Yeah, but the code doesn't talk about the use. It talks about the structure, and demolition
A
is.
garage, once again, is a building that houses vehicles.
Yeah, but we have to follow the code though, is because the code says
It says a garage.
but it doesn't say the use. It says let me finish. My point is when we're talking about demolition, we're talking about tearing down a structure, not moving a use from indoors to outdoors. That's not a demolition. The demolition is actually tearing it down, and we're not doing that. In fact, we're going out of our way, and they're giving up some things, as I said earlier, to be able to preserve the original building. And I think I had a lot to do with that because as I said, I push for, reuse of buildings rather than, I don't like to see things torn down. I mean, that's my.
One of the things that I will throw my voice over at the chairman because he's often concerned about setting precedent here. We worked very hard, very late in the evening, sometimes defining what these dormers are and what the uses were. And I'm just going to express my concern with regard to this proposal. I'll just leave it at that.
If I could just say one thing,
Please.
too, I'm sorry. I'm really struggling to see how I get the use is different, but it's the same structure, right? It can be a garage. It still has two garage doors that can open up. You could still park a car in there if you take the stairs out. You can move the stairs. You could do whatever you wanted. I mean, it's still a garage, right? I mean, that's where I struggle with this because it's structurally the same thing, right? It's
still accessory structure. It's not.
I mean, if they.
I mean, once converted, it's not a garage.
But I mean, they make car dollies, you can pull your car on and roll it around. What if they put it in the garage and turn it sideways? I mean.
It doesn't meet the code size requirement for parking space according to our code.
Well, no, but I'm saying if it was in the sideways in the front, it would fit and it would meet the code. It didn't,
You've got a counter.
you didn't say so that if they have to have two cars, it has to have room for two?
You have to have two off street. In a residential district, they have two off.
Well, they have the off street, but
It's still an accessory structure. But it's not a garage if you're not using it for cars and you don't have a physical space inside to do that.
well, then there's a lot of people in Bexley that have accessory structures, because I know a lot of people that don't park in their garages.
Yeah,
So
my neighbor does.
Well, and I think you started to say, because the code doesn't require a garage. In fact, according to code, somebody could build a new home and not build a garage. Very unlikely in today, that anybody would do that, but they are allowed to do that because the requirement, as you just mentioned, is not to have a garage, it's to have two legal off-street parking spaces, which they will still have, going in there.
Understood.
Okay. Well. I thought we were going to end that long one with an easy one, and we got one that's a little tougher here.
Sorry.
That's not your problem. All right. Well, do the members of the board feel like we're ready to call the question on this one? Do you feel like you would like to have a vote on this, or do you feel like as a result of what you're hearing, you'd like to go back and tweak it some more? I mean, I got to give you at least that
Well,
alternative.
no, thank you. I would like to have a vote, but I would like to include in the motion, we talked about a couple of things.
Tweak.
Kathy had some things on here.
Mhm.
Keith had and Karen had mentioned about the roof thing
Mhm.
that I'd be happy to include those in the
Yeah, sure.
motion, and then we can do that. And I'd be even happy to go back to ARB if we needed to
Okay.
on those small items, going in
Well,
there.
you'd probably need to go back to Karen. That's what we would put in there,
Yeah.
But so you're saying, let's condition the vote on the fact that you'll move the dormer down 8, 10 inches, 12 inches, whatever it takes
Mhm.
to separate it from the very, I don't know, all these architectural terms, but the top of the garage, the ridge. Thank you
Yeah,
very
we'll call it
much.
the
I knew
ridge
you
is
guys were
is
coming
down
my
below.
aid here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that we are going to provide two, code compliant off-street parking spaces.
Okay.
I think that is an important
I do
issue because
too.
I don't want anybody to get the impression that we're trying to get away with not having parking.
No, I think that's important. You put that in there and that we make that a condition of the vote.
And the other item I would like to include in here, if we could, based on the discussion, is to make it clear that we are not going to demolish that structure. And in
Mhm.
fact, I would even be willing to propose that if there was ever any consideration to demolish it in the future, that this whole approval that we're requesting like that would become null and void. And then that way that to me, in my mind, that would protect two things. That would protect the structure. And that it was also protect some future owner from kind of trying to come in the back door to do some, I don't know what that project would be, to maybe do a bigger project or some other project in there. In other words, everything would revert to the original use as a garage.
I mean,
If
I
that
don't know.
happened.
Once we give the variance, the variance kind of goes with the land, right? And new owners come in. No, I know you can put a condition on it, but the condition being what? If they sell the property and
No, if the garage is demolished, that's the condition.
if the garage is demolished.
Yes, structure.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I'm the only one in the room that wants to preserve that garage. I don't know.
It's not one of the great historic.
No, it's
edifices
not.
of
I just,
Bexley, I'll
again, as
tell
I
you
said,
that,
I think
yeah.
it's important. I'm sorry I'm repeating myself, but I think it's important because it's part of the original housing stock of the neighborhood. That's where I see the value of it, going in there. So.
I got it. Okay, so if we condition in the findings of fact and conclusions of law, we only have one variance, right? It's a setback. Is that correct? Yeah, I know we have a special permit, but in terms of a variance, it's the 3 foot. And we're within 20 inches of that back there, right?
Yeah, so it's a pre-existing condition.
Yeah.
That's on the structure. Yeah.
Of course, the building's already there.
Mhm.
Am I missing something?
That's right.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's a functional dormer, it no longer meets the setback requirement that.
I see. Yeah. Okay, but we're putting a dormer in, but nobody's moving the wall. So the wall is where it is now. And it's going to be there later. Just now it needs a variance. Interesting. Okay. Some architects must have come up with that. Anyway, all right. So do we want to put, is it important to voters on the board that we put something in here that says this variance is conditioned upon the fact that if there is a demolition, it must go back to a garage?
Yeah.
Yes, important to you?
Replaced with a garage.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do have a question. If he was tearing it completely down,
He couldn't tear it down unless he had plans approved for a replacement structure.
but if he was going to tear it down, it has to come back as a garage. It has to be a garage. The replacement structure would have to be a garage. It could not be a rec room as proposed today.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of important not only for the reasons you were talking about earlier about having a garage and everything, but also if not that, and correct me if I'm wrong, looking at this incorrectly, but the way I see it is that could give somebody in the future the potential to go back there and build whatever building they want. Yeah, and that's what I would like to see prevented because
So
that's
that's-
not the plan.
Yep, so
Yeah.
I think that's the intent here, so that as a condition of the variance, that if the garage in the future is torn down, or the rec room, whatever it is today, whatever we are approving today, the structure is torn down, then it has to be rebuilt as a garage per the code or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically all this disappears and it's just the way it was originally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then somebody could move in too and take out the counter, take out the steps, and then reuse it as a garage also.
Mhm.
And that's kind of okay, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Use a ladder to access the attic on an occasional basis.
Then they can turn it back into a garage. Turn it back into a rec room. It's already committed.
All right. You think you can,
They're ready to go
you
home.
think you can fashion findings of fact conclusions of law in this regard? God bless you.
On consideration of the application, proposed variance and evidence and testimony before it. Board finds the applicant has proven the criteria to grant an area variance for Mexico section 1226.11 C have been met and a special permit in accordance with 1252.15 C and variance from Bexley Code Section 1252.15 G3 to allow an existing detached garage to have a functional dormer with the following conditions. That the applicant will have to provide parking spaces on the rear yard in a plan form subject to staff approval. It shall not, the existing detached garage, it shall not be used as a dwelling unit. And 3, if demolished, it was a garage, and in accordance with 1223.05 G, it will be required to be replaced with a garage with a minimum of 2 parking spaces as the original garage.
Hey Kathy, you didn't say 2 parking spaces in the first. Where,
Oh, there will need to have 2 off-street parking spaces in a rear yard provided subject to staff approval in a plan form.
We want to include that ridge in there too. We want to, Karen, do we want to
Well,
put
yeah,
the ridge in?
and that's the special permit. Oh, so you're gonna modify that. So in
Yeah.
addition to modify
Mhm,
the dormer to
mhm.
meet the 1 foot.
Or to be lowered from the ridge. Lower than,
Dormer to be lowered to meet ridgeline requirements.
or Karen's approval.
Further subject to the design consultant's review and approval.
Yeah.
The number of feet in the variance. For the parking. Feet in the variance for the building. 1 foot 7 inches of the variance of the dormer. The setback. Oh, for the setback. Yes, that was to grant the variance to the 1252.15 C. Well, grant a 7-inch, 3-inch, 7. It was 1 foot 7 inches.
1.7 inches, yeah.
1.7.
I mean, 1.7 feet.
1.7 feet.
1.7, was it 1.7 or was it 1.7?
1.7, yeah.
Okay.
20 inches.
It's 8.3, so it's 1.7 feet. Did you guys get all that?
Yeah. You did a yeoman's job there. All right. Does that sound right to you?
No, yeah, that sounds very good. Thank you.
Okay. Do any board members want to make any alterations to the findings of fact conclusions of law? And if not, I would entertain a motion to approve the findings of fact conclusions of law.
Hall, I make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Second, Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Kathy, when you get done writing your notes, please call the roll.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Schick,
Yes, and I'd like to thank my colleagues for bringing the facts to light. Thank you.
Chairman Hall.
My vote doesn't matter again, but I'll vote yes. And you're on your way to doing something with something. I'm not sure what's being converted to what, but yeah, but good luck with it. And thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry this took longer. And
That's all right.
can I say one last thing? I sat through that whole process tonight and I got to hand it to you guys. I was very impressed. I've been to over 230 various meetings over my career. And I've been on several different boards and everything like that. And this may be the best one that I've ever run. You kept a very big, angry crowd under control. I think you handled it very fairly between the developer and the residents. And we're very respectful for everybody. So I got to hand it to you. You guys did a nice job.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Kathy.
Sure.
All right. The next case is is application number BZAP 23-25, 261 North Drexel. The applicant is David Stock and the owners are Jamie and Margot Lewis. And you are
Jamie.
Jamie, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear and affirm, I should say, that any testimony you give the board this evening will be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. I could hardly get that out of my mouth. I've said it
Did
so many
great.
times tonight.
I'm just so glad I'm last. Maybe I'm not.
Thank you for your patience.
Second last.
This,
Yeah.
the applicant is seeking approval for a special permit to allow a 40-inch stone columns and auto entry court over a 12.5 foot wide aperture of some sort. Doesn't say
So now
what it is.
now it's going to get really confusing, Kathy. We're going to punt on the pillars, right? That's what we talked about today. We'll punt on the pillars,
Okay.
and it's actually the drive right here in front off of Drexel,
Okay.
not the actual auto court in the back.
Okay. So now, why don't you just take us through it and then we'll have her give us a report. If you're changing so that we know what we're doing here tonight.
What's the height on what was originally submitted on that?
We are going to go ahead and just meet code at this point in terms of the height, of the columns.
So that doesn't even need to be addressed.
Doesn't even need to be addressed today. It's just the
Driveway width.
the driveway variance.
Okay. So now I understand. So
Okay.
Kathy, please give us a staff report on this matter.
The proposed expansion of this driveway is centered on the driveway at the front entry. It technically requires a 5.5 foot variance for the portion that widens along the east side of the driveway for a distance of 30 feet. The applicant has this is a 12.5 feet is the maximum width for a driveway. They're adding this circular drive, which attaches to the existing drive at the upper half that exits out at the corner.
Uh-huh.
And being that continues back to the off-street parking, it meets code. The property width is more than 150 feet, so that allows a circular drive in the front.
Right.
But because of that small section that's in front of the entryway
Uh-huh.
is,
Wider.
it's wider. And I'm only going to count what's going off to the right because that's everything else that goes into the house. So it doesn't matter.
I see.
So
I mean,
it's requiring about a 5.5 foot variance
I see.
to the width limit.
That's a nice.
And there's
circular
also
drive there.
this is to provide a drop off and if the board finds it appropriate to grant a variance, it should include conditions that it not be used for overnight parking. A landscape plan to screen the drop off area, subject to further review and approval by our landscape consultant.
Are those conditions acceptable to you?
They are.
And is there anything you need to add? I think this is pretty obvious now that you've taken a column.
I do not.
Okay, thank you very much. I
Thank
very
you.
much appreciate your brevity. All right,
Appreciate you
any
guys.
questions? Is there anybody in the audience that's for or against this matter? Wait a minute, no, we still have to vote. Is there anybody in the audience that's here on this case? I didn't think so, since there's
It's out of here.
two patient guys in the back corner there. Any members of the board have any questions or comments about this? I don't think there's anything too hieroglyphic about this, is there? All right. Yeah, it's a great.
It's part of the
great
evening, we just start giving out variances. to-
All right, Kathy, I think we can have findings of fact, conclusions of law. Yeah, you're our favorite applicant of the night for
Minute 12.
somebody will probably write in saying, you didn't like me, I was another applicant.
If they're still listening.
All right. Findings of fact and decision of the board for application number BZAP 23-25. Property located at 261 North Drexel. Upon consideration of the application, proposed variance and evidence and testimony before it, the board finds the applicant has proven that criteria to grant an area variance in Mexico section 122611C have been met. And a 5.5 foot variance from Mexico section 1262.01E to allow a 17.5 foot wide driveway for a distance of 30 feet at the front entrance should be approved as submitted.
Cool. Sound good to you?
It does.
All right.
Oh,
Did we get the conditions in there?
I do. What did I do with it? Wait
It
a minute.
was overnight parking.
Landscape Plan approved
Lands-
by the design consultant and no overnight parking.
Yeah. That-
Sounds great.
Thank you very much. Correct answer. Can I have a motion to approve the findings, of fact, conclusions of law?
So moved.
Thank you. Can I have a second?
Second,
Thank you, Ms. Dorn. Kathy, please call the roll.
Mr. Schick,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Ms. Dorn,
yes.
Chairman Beal.
I vote yes too. You've got it. And it's a nice looking project. Good luck
Thank you
with
so
it.
much. I need all the
Thanks
help
for
I
your
can get.
patience to staying here this late.
And by the way, your wife is worried about you because she didn't know if your phone was dead or something bad happened to you.
Amazing. They're doing a huge addition, which meets code, so it only had to go to ARB.
Oh, neat. Well, good luck with it. It's a nice looking project. You'll, you'll need some luck.
Wish us luck.
Yeah, right. All right. Final, finalement, as we used to say in French class. Application BZAP 23 26 1011 South Remington. The applicant is Caleb Frost. The owners are David and Amy Gruenberg. And the applicant is seeking approval of a variance to allow a porch addition at the rear of the principal structure or overlapping pavilion, both of which are proposed at 5 foot 8 inches from the side property line. Sir, your name is?
David Grunberg.
All right, David, would you raise your right hand? And if you can still stay awake during this thing, do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give us tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
I try to keep that religious stuff out just to
There
be
you go.
smooth, but yes, thank you. All right. Kathy, are you ready to give us a little background on this one?
I am. Gosh, I thought I was done there for a minute.
Yeah, and thanks for your patience to wait all this time, you guys. I mean it. That's a long time to wait. So I apologize for that.
All right. There was an application received on a minor architecture review application, which included a 16 by 16 timber frame roof pavilion over an existing patio at the rear of the house. The new structure roof was close enough to the roof to overhang the house roof. Staff did not find the proposed manner in which it was located to be ideal or may not function properly in situations such as snow accumulating where the structures overlap. The design consultant had concerns over the overall appearance. We suggested the applicant pull the structure further from the house. However, the applicant was trying to center the structure over an existing patio. We also suggested an addition instead of a freestanding structure proposed. An addition. The applicant has submitted a porch roof addition as well, which if approved would require a 2.2 foot variance from the required 8 foot setback from the side property line under code section 125209. The pergola as a freestanding structure is required to be a minimum of 3 feet from the side property line. Staff will defer to the board on the appropriate design. This has not been before ARB, and if the BZAP finds either design to be appropriate, Final design review of the porch roof addition can be deferred to the ARB on September 14th, or, which I have given notice for, or the design consultant for the detached pergola based on any recommendations from the Board of Zoning and Planning. So,
Okay. All right. Mr. Grunberg, tell us why you're doing this and which way you'd rather go, and let's hear what the story is here.
The original design is intended to cover the existing patio, keeping it dry. Pretty much period, end of sentence, for quiet enjoyment of our backyard.
Gotcha. All right. And
side elevation.
it says here, or overlapping. Have you decided?
Well, if you guys come up with the extra $1,700, I'll attach it to the roof,
I see.
which is option B.
Option B. Gotcha. So you really want us to vote on option A?
At this point, I just want to put a roof over the patio.
You didn't know it was going to be this hard, did you?
I didn't know.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I take it you're not here to complain about this.
Actually, this point,
You can certainly speak if you'd like to, I want to make sure you have the opportunity, right? All right. Okay, members of the board, fire away. Questions or comments?
The one question I have is, for you, but all the people that put those pergolas over their porches, they're supposed to have permits.
They're all over.
I mean, they're all over. I mean, it's the same as.
And they don't come to the board. I mean, typically Karen and I sign off on them, but in this case, this is such an odd location. We had concerns, and so we deferred to the board if
No,
they
I
find it
understand
appropriate.
why you want to, but I'm just saying. I just
Bless you.
say that,
Thank you.
I saw one of Big Lots that I thought about buying it, come home, set it up, and put it over. But I'd have to get a permit for that. I mean, I'm just more curious because I didn't even realize you needed.
People typically apply for a short.
It's a minor architectural review, and if it's under 200 square feet, you don't need a building permit. So you do need design review and zoning review.
What about a big umbrella?
No.
Okay. I'm not trying to be smart aleck. I'm just.
Yes, you are.
seriously-
Yes, you are.
I had no idea that.
Yeah, that's when the code enforcement knocks on your
Okay.
door.
I don't really have any issue with this. I mean, I guess it's on him if it has damage to his own roof. I mean,
That's his
that's,
problem.
yeah, that's his choice if he wants to put it there and finds out it causes roof damage. I mean, that's kind of where I am. I don't see it being, something that I think it actually looks a little odder to do the flat roof over it than it does to have this, but that's my opinion.
In other words, you don't think it's negative enough to draw a negative vote, but you're also, and basically, if there's any negative to the structure, it really is his problem. He's the one making the application. If he gets it and there's problems, he's not going to call you.
That's right. That would be very unhelpful.
The detached structure does not require variance, but the roof extension does.
I see.
Is this an accessory structure then?
It is, it's just pushed right up to the house and overhangs the house.
Well, that's a bad detail.
Well, it's exactly not touching the house at all.
Well, it's a bad detail, the way they're kind of connecting to each other. I know that's not what we're here really to talk about, but and then with the water shedding off of that,
To a gutter system,
well, to the existing gutter system, right?
correct.
So that gutter is probably going to get overwhelmed.
They go out to the street, never had a problem with them.
All right.
He's saying you're doubling the water that's
You're
going into
putting
that.
more
Well,
water.
the water goes off of both sides of the house, so that structure is not going into one gutter, it's going into two that both go out to the street.
He's talking about the roof.
Yeah, the new roof on the structure
Mhm.
is going to shed water onto the existing roof that is already shedding water into an
No.
existing gutter.
No, there's a gutter over that hip roof. All the way
There's a
all the way
step-
around.
All the way around, there's another gutter system?
Yeah.
Good thinking. He's already
Hey,
thought of this.
Listen, my wife didn't want the water on the yard, so we had
Oh,
to have
there
a
you
gutter
go.
system.
You know, I'm married. I understand.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, architecturally, that detail, how they're sort of just jammed up together is,
Doesn't look good to you.
it is not good, but that's not what we're here to vote on tonight. so.
Well, flip over to the other picture then. That one right there.
Yeah, I'm not,
So
that's not good either.
Is that, it sticks out on the one side. It just
Yeah.
protrudes out.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think at this stage, the question is, do we have a problem giving him a variance? Whether we like the design or not, it's not our
That's not our
issue, is it? I don't think. Yeah.
Well, Karen and I weren't comfortable, so we're erring on the side of caution and sending it to the board. Only one of these needs a variance. That pergola detached but overhangs, that's a design issue, but it doesn't require a variance.
And it doesn't have to go to ARB.
No,
No?
Karen can sign up on that. But
Okay.
we just wanted you
So-
to
thank you.
make that
So-
decision.
So
So if
should
he
we
does-
give him a variant? We're only voting on one thing then. If he goes the other way, he needs a variance. So if he leaves here tonight and we approve, then he can go either way, and make his decision later. Am I reading that right?
He needs a variance for the roof that's attached to. the
I understand. Yeah.
He needs nothing for this.
But he'd rather do this.
It's your design approval, because Karen and I are deferring to the board for the design.
This is your number one choice right here that I'm looking at.
This
over
was the
here.
first choice.
Okay, so if you do that without our approval, do we even need to vote tonight?
She's asked for your. You're approving this because Karen and I did not.
Approving the design. Okay. Yeah, we're really feeling authoritative tonight.
Take.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Well, it's a bad detail because why? That's what I don't understand.
Because it's just, the pergola, if you want to call it that, is just slammed up against the house. It's not integrated with the house. If you want to, it really should be, if this is going to sit, provide the protection for the patio. And this is the structure, this is the design you want to use, it should be disengaged from the house.
It's not touching the house.
Yeah, but he says,
He's saying just visually.
It should be further away.
But then you don't protect the patio.
well, that's
But then the
the,
patio should move with it.
that
There's a
ain't happening.
concrete pad underneath that. It's
I'm
not
just-
moving.
Yeah, I mean, there's different forces working against each other. So then when you go to your other, which I don't understand I don't understand this issue coming, why is this line come all the way up on the side here and pass over?
Yeah,
Right.
no, why does it come this far back?
What is this? So if that was a hip that was truly framed into that back lean-to,
Because that roof's wider. The roof's wider than the building. That roof is wider than the building.
oh, well, that's why that's.
And there's no eave on this side.
I'm not giving you $1,700.
Here's what you need to understand. Architects are artists, and so they have a sort of, it doesn't look or feel good. I'm a brother of an architect, so I know how they think, right? But in general, we're not, rest of us, I'm a lawyer. I'm certainly not an artist, right? I'm just here. What's the zoning problem? What do I need to do, not do? And I think what, if you tell us, well, we have to approve the design.
Correct.
So, I mean, from my perspective, I feel like Ms. Dorn does may not be the most beautiful thing in the world to an artist, but if it's okay with you, it's probably okay with me. No.
Yeah.
What we're asking, you to go here.
Either vote for the variance or vote for a certificate
I
appropriateness
see.
for the
Okay.
pergola.
Can you do both?
Let me make a motion.
Can you do both?
Well, I've got option A and I've got option B.
Yes.
If everybody is hard up enough that option A is not the choice, then give me the variance on option B and then I can make that decision.
Yeah. see how
I
you
would
do.
tell you, I'm not telling you how I would vote, but if option B was on the table, I think that should go to ARB.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're gonna have a lot more trouble getting B approved.
Yeah.
Then let's go with A.
by ARB probably and possibly by this board.
They're gonna be worse than me. I promise you. You're 5 of me.
They're all artists on that board. So
And you've told him exactly what Karen and I have told him, pull it away from the house, but he didn't want.
And you're gonna
All
have
right.
one member of this board who's gonna be looking at the fact that the addition of the pergola sticks into the side variance, which somebody has a lot of issues with side variances on this board too.
also true.
So, yeah, I would highly recommend, I'm not
We'll
allowed-
go with A.
not allowed to recommend, so.
Okay, with A. Now, can you read the just A
Yes,
version?
yes. Findings of fact and decision of the board for application number BZAP 23 26 for property located at 1011 South Remington.
Remington.
Yes. The board finds that a certificate of appropriateness should be issued for Plan A, which includes a pergola at the rear of the property to be constructed as submitted.
There you go. All right. Sounds
Option
good.
A, right?
Okay,
You get the reference option A.
yeah, that's
Option
it.
A, yeah.
Yeah, option A, okay. Do I have a motion to approve whether you're gonna vote yes or no? I still need a
So
motion.
move Schick.
Mr. Schick, second.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. All right, Kathy, run it by the roll call here and we'll see how the vote goes.
Ms. Dorn,
Yes.
Mr. Hall,
No,
do you want to say why?
just because it goes against my core a little bit and you got enough votes. So this is public record and I don't want to see my peers voting yes for this. It's nothing against you.
Let's hope so.
Mr. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Schick,
Yes.
Chairman B Hall.
So he needs 4 votes, right?
No, he needs 3.
3,
Oh, 3 out of 5.
Majority.
I forget, I thought we changed that rule.
majority of.
Yeah, majority now, yeah,
Voting.
yeah, we did change that.
Quorum.
Well, just to back up Mr. Hall, I'll vote no also, but you passed and option A has been approved. How about that?
Thank you. Now I do not need to go to the ARB, correct?
You do not.
All right.
Just turn and run now.
I'm
Just
going.
Turn and run. Just turn and run and.
You guys have a great evening.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah.
Thank you.
And if you
Thanks
decide
for
to go to
being patient.
architecture school, give me a call, will you? All right, do we have some business that we need to discuss? And that is, we have these proposed zoning and planning draft regulations which set forth how long people can talk and how long we're gonna go. We're not gonna go past 11. It's 10:30 and most of us have run out of gas here.
And this was previously discussed in April of 22 and also in August of 22.
It
For
was.
some reason, we don't find any record of a vote. So we're just crossing our Ts and dotting our Is.
Right.
Taking the vote on. this.
Oh, yeah, and everybody got a copy of it.
I read it today. I went through it.
Okay, good. So, yeah. Yeah, does anybody have any objections to it or suggested amendments, deletions, additions? If not, I'd entertain a motion to approve these as submitted to you today.
Motion.
Thank you. Ms. Dorn makes the motion. Ms.
Second,
Schick
Schick.
seconds. All in favor, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. The matter is passed and will become the rules and regulations in an official fashion.
Well, we just barely made it in under the buzzer then.
Yeah, right, by half an hour, right? Yeah, yeah.
That's the official approval, then, right, of 11.
Yeah. Oh, is that right? Well, you know,
Today.
the building is such, you know, it's hard to say.
Like electric.
If somebody demolished that building, they'd be doing us a favor, you know? Yeah, we're
You're gonna adjourn?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You didn't adjourn.
Nope.
Get too tired.
I